Tonight on WBEZ, a talk with prolific record producer and engineer Steve Albini, who has worked with the Nirvana and the Pixies, and a visit to the Museum of Post-Punk and Industrial Music. That conversation from the World Cafe tonight at 11 here on WBEZ.
Well, I'm not even going to be up for that. Anyway, good morning, and welcome to Sunday. And now it is time for Wait, Don't Tell Me.
Valentine's Day will be here before you know it, and if you want something for your sweetheart that really shows you dug deep and went the extra mile, may we suggest an egg? We'll ask why that may be the most precious gift of all, plus the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, takes a break from solving the world's problems and solves ours live on stage. And Bill Curtis, after giving up meat, alcohol, and bungee jumping off bridges, draws the line. I'm not giving up cigars.
Oh, that's going to be... That will be coming up after the news. Alright, we are just about ready to get started here. However, let's low pitch the K-Love top of the hour ID. This, by the way, is something... This is what Brian was asking me about just before we got on the air. And I did address his questions and concerns. Why don't we hear the ID?
Chicago's positive, encouraging K-Love. 97.9 WCKL, Chicago. And reaching around the world at klove.com and the K-Love app.
I remember how you told me.
That is a great ID. That is a great ID. Let's see how it sounded like from the other end. That is a great sounding ID, I must say. That is nice, isn't it? Alright. Now, before we get started with everything else, and yes, today I'm doing Fort Madison. I actually like hanging out with Fort Madison on Sundays. I really like hanging out. Alright, and now we are going to go ahead and get to today's Wordle Word of the Day, and then we're going to do that experiment that we were going to do that I set up last night. We're going to perform that experiment. We're going to perform that experiment later on. I suppose what those drills are to like practice the AED equipment should be needed.
But schools are equipped with them. Often their AEDs are used to save adults. Tennessee is one of roughly 10 states that require public schools to have AEDs. More are considering a mandate, including new legislation introduced in Virginia.
I mean, we already have AEDs in our schools. About football. This thing's been on the charger for over half an hour. I'm going to go ahead and move it to another location.
Chicago radio station WXRP is reporting that its longtime host Lynn Braver has died. Fellow DJ Terry Hemmard said that he died this morning after fighting cancer, calling Braver our best friend.
A WXRT host passed away. Aw, that's sad. That is so sad. That is so sad. I mean, for all those longtime listeners of WXRT, that is. The one that we used to have an auto weekly for a short amount of time. The following program was taped in front of an audience of real live people. From NPR and WBEZ Chicago, this is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR News Quiz. I'm Peter. Oh my God. And that was from Super Theater in Don Ceiling in Chicago, Illinois, Peter Sagal. A Secretary of State for the country? Wow, that's going to be fun to watch. Or listen to, I should say. So, who knows how that'll play out? Well, we're going to find out a little later on during the show. But let's get through our word of the day first. Risking the entire career by joining us. No changes. You only have 2 chances left. May is our word of the day for today. That's where the name New Creation came from. Alright, so let's go through the results of last night's tests. I'll go through in complete detail because I'm sure you all saw it, but I'll go through in complete detail again how the tests played out. This is WBGY, KRMS, WSCF, KFTI was kind of a fail, CLC, WBOO, and then of course WXYT Detroit, KEDM, and then WTL. Unfortunately, the receiver for WHYN was not working. It was not working. Either it's down or the network settings for that is incorrect. So unfortunately, I had to try the stream for them, but unfortunately, they don't appear to stream alerts on their iHeart stream. So now we know what the point of that is. Now we know that we have to use SDR for WHYN, and if we don't have SDR, then we can't do it. But anyway, then came WSRS, then WBZ-FM, and then came DC1, Jacksonville iHeart, KCHO, then Baltimore Odyssey, WMMJ, and Jacksonville Cox Media, which I'm sure if you all know, I actually had to leave it on longer because 96.9 The Eagle was actually playing Collective Soul, so I had to leave them on for the rest of the song. So I actually left them on for the remainder of the song, just because I enjoy it. And then WYCD, because KXWI unfortunately was not working. So far that's 2 that we missed. BCI, we were close to missing. MBG, WOL, YCB. Then the Boston iHeart. North Country, WLS. There's only one Minnesota station. One of those Minnesota stations went. WDDC, then the Springfield stations. And if you're going to recall last week, I tried to say play KAOC into the Google Home. However, instead of doing that, it pulled up a whole bunch of other things, like some music mix on iHeartRadio or something like that. So it pulled up all that stuff. So after I finally got it to do the station I want it to do, it was already too late. The ads couldn't finish in time. That's why I missed it last week. But now I remember to say play Maverick 105 when we do KOC. So now I know to do that. So anyway, I got that. 3 other stations. Those Montana stations, WJOU, WRMF. Only 2 of the Denver stations, WBYZ. And I got the KNNZ sign off.
At this time, Ken's FM closes its...
And I got the entire sign-off sequence this time. And this time I got the entire sign-off sequence right before their test. So, now here's what I believe. Their sequence is. They will actually run their weekly after the sign-off. So after they sign off, that is when their weekly runs. So after they leave the air, that's when the station runs their weekly. Got KCBS, 93.7 The Fan. Only one of those Arkansas stations, because for whatever reason my phone refused to open up KLBL, but that's okay. If I have it, at least there won't have to be At least I won't have to go through that long and tedious process this week. WONN KCB. Now, as for KOKY, they are random because I was looking through it and not seeing any sign of headers, so they are random. And then there is WJUL, which I actually got moments before we got on the air. So after that, that is it here.
HP33, so take me to the art tone. I'm on one to the foot out of the chair and see art tone. When working as wash, emergency, I will disable. Right, so
on.
back to the.
Just setting up warnings and stuff. It's WR400. And then, so yeah, that's all the weeklies there are that I got last night. Honestly, I would never receive I do not ever want to see a call like that. I mean, in my opinion too, I totally would not. And then of course, I was actually anticipating the outbound Dan Ryan. After I immediately low pitched the song, after I low pitched No Chemtrails a little further, I was so eager. At that point, I was so eager to get the video out. Like, I immediately got to work on the video before I even closed the poll. About 15 minutes before I closed the voting. And boy, it was so much fun to make. It was fun to make. And of course, as you know, I edited it so I can extend it further just for this video. Like add additional sections of the song. And I think it made perfect sense the way I did it. And I even had to repeat the same section twice. It's the unedited one. Just added the second section twice without the extra set. And then after that part, the rest of the song continued as normal. The rest of the song continues as usual. And I was actually having a lot of fun with that last night. I'm sure you all know. But, you know, I even had so much fun that I even tried to overlap the Flutter realm with that while it was playing so many various EAS test pre-rolls. And every time my copy of NWS Blacksburg or Waco even comes up, I just close it out. And then the Flutter thing became more audible. To positive, encouraging Caleb, and I believe, finally, today's verse is playing. This is today's verse of the day. Be with you all. That is a very encouraging message. I'm Scott, and that's your verse of the day on positive, encouraging Caleb. And great, I get to low pitch another song. Isn't this nice?
The reading found in 2 Corinthians 13:14. May the Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Imagine how that's Simply Green will make sure everyone will refresh.
Scott, and that's your verse of the day. I'm positive, encouraging Kayla.
Thanks for listening, and we're going to go back to Wiggly Don't Tell Me.
And now I have to get into the virtual machine. Alright, let's start it up. Now we're going to attempt the rollback. Now again, like I said, we're going to attempt to roll back Windows 10 while Windows.old is in the recycle bin. We're going to see what happens. So we're going to see what we can do. So now the question is, after this experiment, what's going to happen? When we're going to throw Windows.old in the recycle bin before we hit go back to Windows 10, we're going to see what it actually does. So I wonder what's going to happen. Are we going to get errors? Well, that's what we're going to find out. So we're going to let Windows 11 start up, and then I'm going to try and send it back to Windows 10. We're gonna let it boot up here. Low pitch, let's lower it even further. So we're gonna wait for Windows 11 to fully boot up here. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot the thing was doing system updates. So, yeah. So, remember last night I was successfully able to upgrade this copy of Windows 10 over to Windows 11. But now, what we're actually going to try and do here is we're going to delete Windows.old. Well, we're not going to delete it necessarily. However, what we're going to do is we're going to throw it away. We're going to throw it into the recycle bin, and then we're going to click, and then we're going to reverse the OS. And we'll see, and we're going to see what happens. So now, I wonder how possible this is. What if we throw Windows.old away before we even attempt the rollback? So what's it gonna do? By the time it starts restoring Windows, by the time it starts restoring Windows 10, it's gonna say Windows.old not found or something like that, and that restoration of older system failed. Honestly, I don't know what kind of errors we're going to get. This has never actually been attempted before, so doing it on a virtual machine, I think, is a good thing. But, you know, I actually think Windows 11 actually is a lot faster, like, after it boots up, because as I know, the boot up takes forever. But, you know, but, you know, it does take forever to boot up, but, you know, actually sometime after it boots, it actually goes a lot faster. See, it actually runs a lot faster after it boots up, so, well, I mean, it is technically still slow at times, but you know what? I gotta say, it actually goes a lot faster after we boot the system. It actually goes a lot, yeah, you can see it actually goes a lot faster now after it does, again, as I said, it still gets slow at times, but actually it does actually still run pretty fast. That's weird, Cortana is still on here even though we just upgraded. We can actually still do Cortana in Windows 11? How is that possible? I do not know how that's possible. So Power Automate is actually on the system. However, though, it is not on the start menu. So we're actually going to go ahead and execute the Power Automate program because we never got a chance to check it out on the virtual machine. So let's see if we can start it up. It's a turnpike. I could still sign into Cortana and whatnot. That shocks me that even though Cortana is no longer available in Windows 11, I could actually still use Cortana on the system.
For one of the oldest rides at Disney World over in Orlando, about Splash Mountain, you can see it right there on your screen. The ride will close so it can be transformed into a different ride that will be based on the animated film, The Princess and the Frog. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie joins us live to give us all of the details here. Amanda, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, the popular log ride is going to be having a new theme and a new name. Now it's going to be called Tiana's Bayou Adventure, based on The Princess and the Frog. Now the Splash Mountain ride opened here at Magic Kingdom in 1992, and it's been a staple both here and at Disneyland, based off the film of the Song of the South, which some believe to be Disney's most racist film.
Wow.
For the final kiss of the movie, original songs from the film will be used as riders encounter both old and new characters. It will be a Mardi Gras celebration, and as one Disney Imagineer described it, like a love letter to New Orleans, in late 2024. A weekend in which fans can go on to Splash Mountain. Then it will be reimagined to reopen as a new ride in late 2024.
So yeah, Splash Mountain will soon be gone, and then there will be a new name attached. We couldn't get this far last time, so apparently we're going farther this time with the Power Automate function. You know, sometimes it still takes forever to load into stuff. How come my Windows 10 disk is still getting it? Oh, connected power on, that's right. There we go. Right now the Windows 10 disk has been detached from the machine. Here is the local disk, and this is the folder we're going to throw away. We are not going to delete it forever yet. I just want to see if it's still possible to restore Windows 10 after we throw Windows.old into the recycle bin. Now I wonder, what is it going to do? Now, before we actually... I'm not going to create a snapshot. I'll figure it out myself. There's not much to check out here, but... I mean, we're not going to get too many good functions out of here because we don't have a Microsoft account attached, but it's the best that we can do. A lot of stuff from Windows 10. But yeah, a lot of stuff from Windows 10. I mean, I do like what Microsoft did. They have like a larger, they have like a file, they have tabs in File Explorer now. Something Windows 10 does not have. So it actually might emphasize me to upgrade a little more, but I'm going to wait till there's some positive feedback on Windows 11. I'm going to wait until there's positive feedback on Windows 11 before I make the switch. So yeah, I'm gonna wait on Windows 11 on my host until there is positive feedback. And then as soon as positive feedback comes for Windows 11, then that is when I will make the switch. So now we're going to go ahead and perform the experiment. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go into the recovery. This is just like if... Yeah, let's say Windows 11 is having problems. We're going to go ahead and revert back to Windows 10. Maybe this was the window it was trying to pull. Wow, they did not make any changes here. Essentially, they're saying it's a reskin of Windows 10. They're criticizing a little bit. Now, as much as I would like to replace the Explorer here with the Windows 10 Explorer, things are going to be, if I do that, then things are going to be screwed up by the time we're done. We're just going to say, for another reason. But we're just going to say that it seemed easier to use. I'm just going to say that. We can click check for updates, but that's not going to do anything. We're gonna hit no thanks. Yes, I understand. Do not get locked out. Okay, now we should not interact with this just yet. We're gonna throw Windows.old into the recycle bin. I'll close the Explorer window because we are not gonna need it. Now, by the way, after this experiment, I am going to be getting rid of this virtual machine. So I'm going to be getting rid of this virtual machine by the time we're done. We're going to see if it comes up with any let's see if it comes up with any message that says this folder is in use by go back to Windows 10 or trusted installer or something like that. So we're going to throw Windows.old into the recycle bin before we click go back to Windows 10. But now the big question is, will it actually go back? See, look at that. You get to free up so many gigabytes of space just by deleting Windows 10 from your system. Now, I would try Windows 11 out for a few days, and then if I don't like it, I'll go back to Windows 10 and upgrade Windows 10 to the latest version. That's what I would do. Look, if you end up missing improved search, security, and startup, come back to Windows 11 anytime. We're probably going to be sent back anyway because there's probably going to be an error by the time this is done. So we're going to let it recycle. Now I don't know what kind of error it's going to pull up because it's discovering so many items. It's discovering like over 200,000 of them. Now keep in mind, this includes every single element in Windows 10. This includes Explorer, this includes Windows Update, includes everything. Well, let's see if we can actually throw Windows 10 in the recycle bin. Oh, here we go. You need permission. Yes, I am sure. Seems to still be discovering stuff even though I just click continue. Because it gave discover, because it gave 300,000 items. So I really like how this is animating, so I know that something is in progress. I like the way Microsoft did all this, but I'm gonna wait for positive feedback on Windows 11 before I go anywhere else. Well, sorry, this is not a StreamYard. I don't do StreamYards anymore. As of March of last year, I do not do StreamYards. If you look back at my post-game stream, you will, if you see my Blackhawks post-game stream from like March 9th, you will understand why I said no more StreamYard. Or even parts of a following Blackhawks stream. This is what got me to stop using StreamYard altogether. You probably have to go through the discovering stuff again because I told it to. So we're gonna wait for it all to recycle. And local disk C is just a sample name that's used if the OEM doesn't provide a disk label or like after the setup. Because since I have a Dell here, it actually is labeled OS instead of, it's labeled OSC instead of local disk C or Windows or Dell or something like that. So I suppose that's a custom name that they put in for use during the setup when they were initially installing Windows 10 onto this computer before it was distributed to stores. So they were installing all their software, and then putting the out-of-box experience up, and then so that way the user could boot it up for the first time and they get the out-of-box experience. We're gonna see what kind of error. We're gonna see what it does after we throw Windows.old away. So we're not going to click anything inside of that go back to Windows 10 box yet. We're going to throw it away, and we're going to see what happens if we attempt to go back to... We're going to see what happens if we attempt to go back to Windows 10 with Windows.old in the recycle bin. So here's me playing the piano. That's it. That's it. Hey, what's up? It's Toby Mac. And now I know what Now Arena is. And by the way, I do have a direct recording of a commercial, so... Let's see if I can find it. I have the recording of the commercial.
Hey, what's up? It's Toby Mac, and it's that time of year again. Hey, what's up? It's Toby Mac.
You require permission from administrators. We can try again, and now it says stuff is being recycled. Is that supposed to be trusted installer? Probably supposed to be trusted installer or something like that. Looks like they oh, I heard a discover new warship. I heard a discover new warship card before. So let's see what it's doing. Because it is recycling the entire Windows.old folder. This is Windows 10 that's being thrown away. We can see everything is still on here. Now I wonder what it would be like if we actually attempted to interrupt the rollback. But I wonder, well, that will actually be something for another time. So we're going to wait and see if it actually goes in the recycle bin before we click go back to Windows 10. And then we're going to try and go back with Windows.old in the recycle bin. This action cannot be completed because it's open in another program. Oh, that's right. It's probably that tool. Apparently we can't throw away Windows.old. I was expecting the error because this is what it's going to use to throw it away. Actually, hold up. Before we do anything like that, I'm actually going to create a snapshot in case this fails. So I'm going to create a snapshot here before this fails. And if we do run out of time, that's okay, because guess what? We're actually going to attempt this again. Because then we are actually going to be attempting this again later tonight, but we're going to do it in a few scenarios. Okay, that should be created. There it is. That will reverse us back before we even do the upgrade, before we do the reverse. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and pull up the Go Back window. And then we're going to go to Disk Cleanup, and we're going to get rid of Windows.old. Again, we're going to say that Windows 10 was easier to use. We're not checking for updates. I understand. Now, before we click anything like that, we're gonna see if it's actually successful. Now, I am happy that I actually did create a snapshot, so now I can just reverse it to before we even do anything else with it. And the Cato died. Plug it in before it shuts off. So we're going to tell it to permanently delete Windows.old, and then we're going to see if we can still reverse it. Then we're going to see if we can actually still reverse it back to Windows 10. And then later we'll even attempt to interrupt the rollback. So what it's doing is it's scanning previous Windows installations, and it will find Windows 10. So we're going to see if we can clear it out. We can't drag tabs out, so we have to open it in a new window. So here's Windows.old, here's the C drive. So we're going to delete Windows 10, and then we're going to attempt to roll back to it. So what's going to happen? Is it going to go back to a corrupted installation? Or gee, I wonder what's going to happen. Well, we're going to find out.
Scientists now say that a 1,700-year-old bottle of wine there is, in fact, safe to drink. Oh, and delicious.
A 1,700-year-old wine? Wow. Wow, a 1,700-year-old wine still safe to drink in modern society? How is that possible? I don't know. Maybe they're just playing around just for comedy. That's probably what the show's about. Yeah, it's taken a while to scan for installation, so that goes to show how large it is. We're going to tell it to get rid of Windows.old. We can do that from this cleanup. We'll see what kind of error it gives. It's Johnson Trailer. Apparently they don't promote that song as new anymore. That's what I think now. That kind of sounds like Harry Styles a little bit. Yeah, and parts of it sounds like, and parts of that it sounds like Harry Styles instead. So that's what I find interesting. Phantom Forces.
Coming to Bell Tire.
Yeah, either it's taking a while or it can't scan it because it's in use by that go back to Windows 10 thing. Doesn't appear to be doing anything. Or what if I just delete the folder one by one? How about that? Yes, continue. It's giving me a lot more than it did last time. We're going to empty out windows.old and we're going to see what it does. So, 9,957 things from all these folders combined. Still looking for more. You know what? I'm actually just going to gain ownership of the folder entirely. $28,000 items. Let's try this. Properties. Let's see how many it's going to come up with. Now what we're actually going to try is File Shredder. We're actually going to install File Shredder onto Windows 11. Very nice. Alright. Now we're going to attempt to delete Windows.old. Cancel this method here. Let's see if the file shredder can delete Windows.old and potentially make Windows 10 unbootable. Let's see if it's even possible. So far it's frozen. It is frozen right now. Old file. Here it all goes. 331,000. We're using the method it's already selecting. Set that back to K-Love. Put it on 720 for tonight's Blackhawks game. Oh, it's gone already. It is gone already. Or, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's still here, but I was looking in the wrong folder. Let's see. Let's see what it's doing. We're going to see what we can do with Windows.old. We're going to see how much of it we can delete before we even attempt to roll back to Windows 10. We're going to see what we can do. Oh man, this is going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch. So what we're essentially trying to do is corrupt Windows 10, and then we're going to try and revert to Windows 10, which is corrupted. Well, what a great start. So far, we did not get a test from WZHF. Maybe they'll test later, who knows? I've already went ahead and added all the other entries into the list. Alright, I am going to go get some lunch while that attempts to erase. I wonder how it's going to end up by the time it's all done. Well, we're going to find out. So I'll be back. Alright. I'm back from that. See what... it's going through the x86 folder. Let's see what kind of stuff it's wiping out. As you can see, it's deleting nearly everything. Now, we're not done just yet, because we are going to, because again, like I said, we're going to attempt to delete Windows 10 before we even revert back to it. So grateful already. Oh my gosh, this is too much fun. And I should consider taking Windows 11 off the internet too. Just for good measure. This is fun. Honestly, this is so much fun. Because Windows 11 is already being deleted piece by piece. Not really Windows 11, but rather Windows 10 is being deleted piece by piece. It's deleting all the installer packages, it's deleting the logos, it's deleting the shell, it's deleting everything. You can see Notepad is already broken. I'm assuming it's going to give it... Oh, it actually still... Oh, it still works. Notepad still works, however, it doesn't have an icon. Well, Notepad, however, still works, but it doesn't have an icon. What else works? The help pane? How about we launch the Windows 10 Explorer? It just pulls up the Windows 11 Explorer. You know, this is actually fun to try. As we're literally attempting to delete a Windows installation that's literally going to be rolled back. Or we could try and destroy Windows 11 while we try to roll back to Windows 10. That's actually going to be many other experiments we're going to try. This is the first experiment. This is the first scenario that we're going to try. And then after we try this, we're going to try a second experiment. We're going to do more on that later on tonight during the Blackhawks game. We're going to be attempting more experiments like that. And we're going to see how much we get out of it. And we're going to see how much we get out of these experiments. And so far, no trades have went through Fort Madison. It's pretty quiet there today. I'm not sure why that is. I don't remember it being this quiet. I'm sure we haven't heard any activity anywhere yet. Deleting the license. It's deleting the license. This is everything in Windows.old being deleted. I'm surprised the Windows 10 Notepad still works. I'm actually surprised the Windows 10 Notepad actually still works. Even though Windows 11 is literally, even though we're attempting to delete it. Yeah, this is what the notepad looks like now. I'm surprised the Windows 10 notepad actually still opens. Because we're literally attempting to delete Windows 10. You know, this is my favorite part here. It's an incredible Bubble Guppies all-day marathon on that Pluto TV channel. That's the other thing I like about Sunday. And maybe we'll get something like a positive, encouraging Caleb or something like that. Actually, we'll try it right now. How to get an EMF station to run a weekly. We'll just do this.
Positive, encouraging Caleb. The following is a test of the emergency alert system. Positive, encouraging Caleb. The following is a test of the emergency alert system. The following is a test of the emergency alert
It just went through the main route. Apparently WSOX relays the Warm FM weekly too. Huh. Besides, I want to see if Warm 103.3 actually runs a weekly at this time again, or it's random. I don't know what it is or what exactly the case is, but we'll find out. We'll find out next week. A noon blast. That's right. Some sirens. Yeah, I usually do theirs at noon each week. I'm gonna have it on at this time tomorrow, and we're gonna find next week, and we'll find out. Oh, this is fun. Attempting to delete Windows 10 before even rolling back to it. Oh, this is... Just... I want to see if it'll still roll back to Windows. Roll back without Windows.org or its full integrity. Just performing an experiment here. It's going through the x86 folder, but so far I haven't seen any other changes. We're nearly at the end. We're at 319,000 of 331,000 items of Windows.org. We're at file 300,000. 323,000 files now. So we're nearly done. It's going through all the DLLs in System 32. Oh my gosh, we're at like 326,000. We're at 326,000. Now we're at 330, and we have reached the end. And that is the end. Now let's see what it actually does. Wonder if it'll give an error. Oh yeah, it's doing something. It's doing something. Yeah, it's actually doing something. Or I could delete Windows.org, then go into the recovery. This is going to be one of, if not the only experiment we're going to be able to do on the air for the time being, because then a little later on, we're actually going to try this again. Because then a little later on, tonight, during the Blackhawks game, we're actually going to be attempting this again, but this time, we're going to try it with various other scenarios. Okay, I don't even think this song fits K-Love's criteria, what song K-Love is playing right now. You know what, I'll just delete the DLLs one by one. You require permission from trusted installer. Oh, that's right, yeah, trusted installer is required for all this stuff. You know, let's actually try something here. I'm actually going to make the entire folder mine. Security. Let's see if I recall how it was done. We're going to give administrators complete control. And we're going to remove system. Turn off the option for inheriting permissions. So we go to advanced, system, change permissions, disable inheritance for system. Remove all inherited permissions. Perfect. Apply. No. I only want system removed. Well, we're trying to disable inheritance. Convert. We're going to take full control off of system. Alright, system has been taken off of the folder. Well, let's see what we can actually try and do. Alright, let's attempt it again. Or maybe I have to go and actually remove system from the permissions now that I've disabled its inheritance. Maybe that's what I have to do. Oh, there's that menu we were just at. Now we can take system off. Oh, it looks like system's already been taken off. Alright, let's try and throw it away again. See if we'd actually make this folder as corrupted as ever. We could even undo the deletion, but see, a lot of things have been scrapped. If any. The only thing that was scrapped was the file shredder. Yeah, I think we might have already done some damage. We did some damage to Windows 10, so... So let's see what we can do here. I'm going to throw away perf logs. Let's see if we actually still get the option. We're going to throw away the users. We're going to throw away the program files. We're going to throw away more program files. We're going to throw away... We're going to throw away just about everything. I wonder if we can even still recover. Oh, yep, perf logs is gone. We're going to continue. Why do you want to go back? Yes. Yep, I know. We didn't put a password on there, so... You require permission from trusted installer? Seriously? I recall taking the permissions entirely off of... Oh, maybe I was supposed to apply it to just a specific product. Microsoft Power Automate has been added to Microsoft Edge. Sure, turn on extension. So one of the folders are gone already. Actually, two of them are gone. So we did something. Now I just need to apply it to these remaining three folders. We're going to properties. Turn off read only. Oh, I see. Edit. We have to go to advanced. We're going to... Well, we want to change permissions. I'm going to switch the owner from trusted installer. I'm going to uncheck all this. I can't hit OK, but that will work. Okay. So I can't change these permissions. Well, let's just see what we can delete. Now let's actually just use the command line and see what errors it gives. Let's try using the command line and see what errors it gives out. So we're gonna delete C Windows.old. Are you sure? Yes. And when we do that, nothing happens. If you can see, we kind of did a lot of damage. I can't take off trusted installer. So man, these are really protected files. So I can't delete x86, but so far we've been able to delete a lot of stuff. We don't have any users anymore. So now the big question: can we even still reverse to Windows 10 after the damage we just did? Power automate. If I just click this, it just gives out the extension. However, we're not connected to the internet, which is going to be a norm for this machine for a while. Alright, I can't delete Windows.old. Let's try the
It's Randy with you. It's Caleb. Why you are gonna want to make sure and hang out with Carlos tomorrow on
C Windows.old/s/q. There we go. Now we're getting the messages we wanted to see. So now it's telling me that everything is being deleted. Deleted file. Oh yeah, there is probably going to be no way this is going to work. There is probably no way this thing is going to work. You know what? I do not think is going to be any way this thing is going to work again. I don't think there's going to be a way Windows... Where is it going? It's going into the Windows. We're deleting the entire Windows.old folder. So let's see, it's giving off deleted prompts. So I can't delete it directly from Explorer, but with the command prompt being open as an... Okay, well anyway, with the command prompt being open as an administrator, apparently I can go farther in deleting these. What we're deleting, by the way, is Windows 10. We're on 11. And then we're going to attempt to roll back when this is done. Once this is done, we're going to try and roll it back, and we're going to see what happens. Will it even roll back at all? If it does roll back, will it be corrupted? Gee, I wonder what this is going to look like when it's all done. I'm really surprised to see what this whole... I'm really excited to see what this whole thing is going to look like when it's all done. What it's going to look like now when it's all done. I want to get as much of the folder off the system as possible before we even go farther in restoring it back to Windows 10. I just want to see how much farther we can go before it gives up. Yeah, before it even gives up. Oh yeah, we're getting a whole lot of deleted prompts. We're getting a whole lot of deleted prompts. So it is doing a ton of damage. So yeah, it's doing a ton of damage to Windows 10. It's going through the... it's deleting Windows 11 updates. I did not expect it to get this far, but now it's deleting updates. Let's see how much of this we can finish. Let's see how much... Okay. Let's see how much farther it's going. I wonder where's it starting and then where's it concluding. That's what I want to know. Where is it going? It's going through Windows $VT. I'm assuming that's like a temporary directory. Alright, this thing's been on the charger for about an hour. This thing's been on the charger for about an hour, so it should be decently charged. Let me put it back on WCLR. Yeah, the 30-day challenge. You get to listen to only K-Love and see how it changes your life. Well, my life has already been changed forever. The heck?
Giving away $1,000 for you and $1,000 for a friend every single weekday with Carlos. You can sign up to take the challenge. Now it's not too late. Your challenge starts when you start taking it. So do that today at klove.com. Here are the new top 3 songs on K-Love right now, according to our K-Love insiders. Number 3, First Things First, Consumed by Fire.
This is great. So it's deleting Windows 11 updates and patches and everything. Ha ha ha, WordPad still works. WordPad still works. A non-profit supporter of K-Love. This is crazy what it's doing. You know, there probably is going to be no way this thing is going to recover. There is no way Windows 10 is going to recover after this. I'm just going to leave the command running and we will find out. The S and Q commands are probably I'm going to cancel these 2. Oh, it did something. Oh, we're throwing away elements of Windows 10 already. So a few elements from Windows 10 have already been thrown away. It's deleting so many files. I'm making sure it's going through Windows.old and not through the main Windows folder. Oh. You know, this is so much fun to watch. Just watching all the text come out. You know, this is so much fun. This is so much fun. We can even maximize it. We can get even bigger view of all the text going on all along down the screen. How is somebody able to? Oh, F11 full screens the command prompt. There you go. It's deleting absolutely everything. It's deleting absolutely every bit of Windows 10. And in fact, I'm already seeing 10.2.2621, so that indicates that we are so far getting somewhere in terms of this deletion, in terms of the deletion process. Oh my gosh, this is just too much fun. This is too much fun to watch. So we're just going to let this run all the way, and then when it's done we're going to try and reverse it. Sign in to use your widgets. I would love to sign in and use widgets. I don't know what this box is doing here. Let's get rid of it. Come back to Windows 11 anytime. Well, right now we're trying to delete Windows 10, and we're gonna attempt to go back to Windows 10. So what will it look like? Will we end up with a corrupted installation or what? So far it's deleting files. As of right now, it hasn't gone as far as the remaining folders yet. And there weren't too many programs installed on the system. Let's try and delete more things. Well, that's why we're using the command line to delete every bit of Windows 10. You know, I'm gonna say by the time this is done, there is no way we can go back to Windows 10 at this point. But honestly, you know, we have so many other experiments to try. Well, so far, it's still deleting packages. We're actually gonna let this sit, and we're gonna see how much of it we can go. But so far, this is too much. This is already so far too much fun to watch. And it's even still getting weather conditions, even though we're not signed in. Non-stop worship continues on Air 1. Alright, I'm just gonna let this sit. Oh yeah, here we go. Access is denied. Here comes the access denied errors. Here comes all the access is denied errors. I like that ID. So far we've had several access denied errors, and now it's getting back to packages. So far we got a whole bunch of access denied errors so far. So that indicates some damage is probably being done. But right now, it looks like a ton of damage is being done. So what's it going through now? It's going through... Oh yeah, it's going through the Windows folder. Oh yeah, here we go. It's going through the Windows folder. It's going through trusted installer. Here's the trusted installer executable. What's it going through? LCU package for rollup. Let's watch it all. Let's watch it all get deleted. It's deleting the rollup packages. We're down to 35. Oh yeah, yep. It's starting to go down. It is starting to go down. We're down to 33,000 items now. Let's see how much farther it'll go. And it's still going down. So, yeah, we must be doing something. So now it's going through the Windows folder. We're down to 19,000 folders. Why don't we put it in that list view? What is it? Tiles? Compact? Small? Oh, yes, here we go. Now we get a great view of everything. Let's watch it all go. So let's watch this entire folder and see. Watch everything get deleted. So we're down to 15,000 now. Oh, this is good. This is gonna be good when it's all done. Okay, so far it appears to be stuck at 13,236, and it doesn't appear to be going any farther than that. Yeah, we're stuck at this point, and it doesn't appear to be going any farther than that. Wait, hold on. I saw access is denied errors. So it is doing something, however... Oh, here we go. Here it goes into System 32. It's going into System 32 now. Access is denied. It's going through System 32 now. Oh yeah, it's deleting System 32's drivers. It's deleting everything. Access is denied. Access is denied. Deleting the system apps. Oh yeah, there is no way Windows 10 is gonna officially recover by the time we're done. Oh, why don't we delete sysprep? Sure. And now it's going through the syswile64 folder. It's going through the syswile64 folder now. Oh man, I missed the end of the episode. But I know the entire story to it. And this is the story. 2,700. Now it's going through WIS and S. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're getting some effort. Because now it's on 14,582 items. Oh, I think if I do this. There we go. Now we get a nice view of every single folder on here. But it doesn't appear to be going any farther because we're getting accesses denied errors. Let's see what folder it goes to next. Gee, I wonder what folder it will go to next. I wonder what folder it'll go to next for deletion. Hey, it's about time! Finally, our first train of the day is coming to Fort Madison. It's about time. It's about time. This is so much fun to watch. You know what? Once this command fully runs, we're gonna see if we can even go back to Windows 10. However, with all these accesses denied errors, there is probably going to be no way we're going to be able to revert back. Let's see if we try this now. Oh yes, we're sorry, but you can't go back. The files we need to take you back to a previous version of Windows were removed from this PC. That's because we're running the command, so there you go. We should have hit go back to Windows 10. But you know what? Let's actually try it. You know what? Let's actually give it another try here. But you can't go back. So, yeah, if you delete like 50,000 files all at once, then there's no way you can go back. So now, we know at this point that we can't go back to Windows 10 because, yeah, we destroyed the folder so much now that we can't even go back. But you know what? I'm actually going to try this out again on my own, and So, we're going to actually try this again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reverse the snapshot, which I created before I did all this, thank God. So we're going to go ahead and reverse it. We're going to attempt the command again. And this time I'm going to click go back to Windows 10 when I run the command, but that is the best I can do right now. Right now, that's the best I can do, so you know what, that was actually kind of fun to try, so we'll have a little more fun with it later on during our Blackhawks game, which we will see you later tonight. It'll be at 6 p.m. of course, and we'll bring you that game. Until then, we'll go ahead and send you over to the weather scan, and we will see you later tonight in that case. Alright, good evening. It is time once again for Blackhawks hockey here on Plainfield TV. Tonight, it's the Chicago Blackhawks and the LA Kings. The game will be getting underway in just a moment. So we haven't gotten a K-Love test yet. So I have a feeling that K-Love will test more. Sometimes, yeah, K-Love could test, like, there's a lot of times where K-Love actually could test at midnight. So that's what I find interesting about this whole K-Love thing. Alright, so now you want to know about the experiment that we were doing on the air earlier this afternoon, where I was attempting to downgrade Windows 11 back to Windows 10 while deleting Windows.old. So I actually did attempt it again, and this time I let the command run all the way through with this on the screen. And then I click, and you can see right here I just go through a bunch of things, and then I click go back to Windows 10. It says go back to Windows 10. And then it says, sorry, we're sorry, but you can't go back. No changes were made. So then I click close, and then I click go back again, and then I get that message that we were getting earlier that said the files we need to take you back to a previous version of Windows were removed from this PC. So we're going to try out various other scenarios with this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to reverse the snapshot. We will be having a little more fun with this later tonight as well, so let's not forget. And yes, of course, I binged watched the whole Bubble Guppies All Day Marathon, and it's going to take me about half an hour for me to fully recover and then play around with this. Combining the Flood of Realm to the No Chemtrails from I-90 and from the Dan Ryan. I have a feeling K-Love might test at midnight tonight, because I feel like that's a very common pattern for them. Is that if day 4 goes into Sunday, then they could test. Then they could test somewhere before midnight. I have a feeling that's going to happen, but who knows? We will find out. Here was the state we were at when we initially did the experiment. So Joe Brand is filling in for John Weideman this evening. So Joe Brand is filling in for John Weideman tonight as an announcer. So then in terms of the weeklies, we did not get a ZHF test, which is expected because the week hasn't even started. This will be the first week with the board entirely redesigned. I'm excited for the redesign. Alright, we are going to get started here with the game. Now what I want to do is I actually want to click go back to Windows 10 right as I execute the delete command. So, like, as soon after I execute the command, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to execute the command, wait about 30 seconds, and then click go back. That's what we're going to try. So, like I was saying before we left the air for the weather scan again, what I said was we are going to be trying this experiment again, but this time what we're going to do is we're putting it through several various scenarios. Like, what if we actually interrupt the restoration? So what we're going to do is, so remember, like I said, we tried to go back while it was deleting Windows.old, but obviously that was unsuccessful. But I was expecting a much different result. Yeah. I was expecting a much different result than that. But, you know, you got what I got. So that was a great attempt. So that was quite a great attempt. So now this is where we're going to start the whole thing again. And I'll play around again. And of course, because while we had to go offline for the bills and other things, of course I took advantage in what Brother likes to call the Classic Concentration Mini Marathon. It aired from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. So basically it was just 4 episodes of Classic Concentration in a row up till 5 p.m. And of course I watched all 4. And the last episode was a good one because it was actually Alex Trebek's birthday at the time of that episode. Oh man, here we go. We got 4 DPUs on that. Watch them test after this song again. But now, it's time for the national anthem.
In a senseless act of gun violence. Please join us as we honor their memories with a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now the Chicago Blackhawks invite you all to stand and remove your hats and join us in honoring United States Army Major Steve Carlson, United States Marine Corps veteran Lance Corporal Justin Shea, as well as all the members of our military, home and abroad, as organist Frank Pellico and soloist Jim Cornelison perform our national anthem.
Very nice performance. That is very nice. Alright. The game is just about to get underway. I'm going to go get some dinner. And then we will be back and we'll be ready to perform the experiment.
Appearance on the season. He comes in with a record of 5-10-1, giving up nearly 4 goals per game, but he's been solid as of late. With wins in his last 2 games, but 3 out of his last 4, a save percentage of .884. The goaltending situation on the other side for the LA Kings is a rough one. Phoenix probably has been pulled from his last 2 starts to see if the Blackhawks can make things tough on at the United Center, and it gets poked free to the LA Kings side. Drew Dowdy regains possession in the Kings zone. Sends it across ice over to Anderson, who dips it on into Harbison off his stick into the far right corner. Now it's out of Polo, picking up the puck in behind Brad Peter Rasmussen over to the far wall. Harbison gets shrugged off the puck by Jonathan Taves, so now the puck hit along the boards, and Taves skates it out to Connor Murphy. Well, backhanded Philip Turlishek going on the near boards in front of the penalty boxes. Radley chases after the loose puck. And the Kings look to regroup. Instead it's Sam Lafferty picking it up in the neutral zone, giving it to Connor Murphy, allowing the Hawks to regroup.
Good smart play right there by Connor Murphy. Rather than turn the puck over, just chip it in and take care of the red zone, so that allows their team to get some fresh legs on the ice, and then the team carries it in.
Happen to see, using his speed. He scored a goal last night. Tried to chip it across ice to Lafferty, but it got picked off by the Kings. They push it up on the near wing, and now feed it over on the other side into the Hawk zone. Quick shot coming from Anderson goal, and it goes off towards the left side pass save from Peter Rasmussen. The Kings still have it in the Hawk zone. Onto the ice goes Anderson as he tries to hang on to the puck, but he was pushed down by Ian Mitchell of the Blackhawks defense. Now Caleb Jones softly swaps it into the Kings zone. Sam Lafferty chases it down and keeps it alive in traffic away behind Phoenix Copley's net. Picked off by the Kings once again from the near wall. They push it on out to the top. Kings looking to regroup in their own zone. The Hawks are going to change. Shot up to Quinton Byfield. He jumps into the Hawk zone, far right corner. Seth Jones there takes it out. He just passes clean along the far wall. He's pass got picked off by the Kings as they regroup in their own zone once again. And captain Andre Kopitar dumping it back over into the Kings end. Oxygen chasing after it. Kings playing keep away with it. Now finally bringing it into the neutral zone. Ingrid Tempe over the Hawk line, losing the puck. The Hawks pick it up and quickly pass up to Tyler Johnson over the Hawk logo. Backhands it to Patrick Kane. That'll be called for offside. Kane not too happy with that call. 7 o'clock at 17:57. No score here at the United Center.
Kane strongly begs to differ. It was a close one. I thought it was onside, but the official down there knows better than we do. Tyler Johnson doing a nice job trying to get in and move the defenseman back to open up some space. And then again, Max Domi just killing plays in the defensive zone. That's where the whole play starts, and moves the puck up the ice quickly.
Another replay, a little nitpicky. Man, Patrick Kane, I've never seen him that disgusted the whole night long.
I told you, who I was thinking on. He knew he was going to get a goal on that.
No score, 17:40 left in this first period. The Hawks were dumping on in. Ian Mitchell rings it along the boards from far to near. Alan Blackwell chasing after it. Shifts it in behind Phoenix Copley's net. It's pulled out by Sakari. The LA Kings along the far wall, and it's Foggybo pushing on over to Drew Dowdy. Dowdy along the near side, gets it back over to Sakari over the Hawk line. But Caleb Jones there to disrupt the play. Kings pick up possession once again in the Hawk zone until Alan Blackwell steals it from the near wall. Doing a give and go. Caleb Jones with the near circle in the Hawk zone. Goes along that near wall of Blackwell. Back over to Jones. In behind Razek's net. Pushes it up to the far wall to Ian Mitchell. At the 17-minute mark of this first period, no score. Jonathan Taves from the front of the penalty boxes will rip it on down into the Kings end. Goes along the boards from near to far. The Kings pick it up though. Iafallo sends it over to Arvidsson with some speed over the neutral zone. Over the Hawk line and far wall. That's for a backhanded pass. It was picked off by Radish. Iafallo now regains possession. They go to the cross ice pass for Roy on the near side. Hawks chip it free into the neutral zone. They Taylor Radish's active stick. And they punch it on down to the Kings end. But the Kings have the puck. No reset.
You can kind of feel this is going to be an important game for who scores first. Both teams really shutting it down defensively. It's tight checking, not giving up anything on the rush, and playing a very structured game.
Kings popped up 2 goals in the first 40 seconds last night against the Nashville Predators. Meanwhile, the Hawks have been scoring first as of late. Big reason why they won 6 of their last 7. They try to enter into the Kings zone, but a whistle blown offside again. 16:09 left in the first period. Still no score.
Hawk fans, every goal and assist by Keen or Taves is sponsored by ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Equinox all-wheel drive performs in any weather. On the ice or off, Chevy Equinox will get you where you want to go.
We're going to face off to the near left dot in front of LA's penalty box. Max Domi against Andre Kopitar, and the Hawks are able to gain possession. Take the table, cross ice pass to Seth Jones. Patrick Kane, who dumps it on into the Kings end. Chased after into the far left corner as Kopitar takes it out. Sends it to his teammate Byfield, who will flip it on into the neutral zone. That's where the Hawks chase after it. Max Domi along the near wall, brings it into the Hawk zone. Slides it on over to Patrick set. That will not go for icing. Tyler Johnson with a hard check into the boards of Sean Walker. Kings pull it out, they bring it into the neutral zone. Here's Bjornfoot over the hawk line and on the far wall, picked off by Andre Athanasiou. Feeling the wrath of Clemson Byfield defense though. He was able to get it out to Jake McCabe. Pushes it up to Jason Dickinson, now Sam Lafferty over the king line from the far circle, makes a U-turn, leads it for Athanasiou above that far circle. And the Kings pick up possession once again. Only one shot on goal, Kaylee, and it's for the Kings so far.
And this is a very hard-fought defensive effort so far. Both teams shutting it down in their own zone, breaking up plays early and getting the puck out in transition with some ease.
Both teams having trouble just finding any sort of rhythm whatsoever. That's a big reason why the Hawks have won 6 out of their last 7. Good entries into the opponent's zone, limiting the chances from the other team. And that was a good keep in by Mitchell there, right from the blue line, swaps it on down. Hawks are going to change his groove down. He picks up the puck on the near side, throws it towards the neutral zone, and Anderson Dolan directs it in behind. Peter Rising net now a centering pass. Frantic gets a swat of a glove on it, kicks it out to the high slot down. He tried to get a handle of the puck, but Colin Blackwell just a nuisance over there. Hopes it free to the neutral zone. The Kings regroup once again.
Jared Anderson Dolan in a high slot there. He just got his stick free for a second. High danger chance, and Mrazek didn't have a chance to glove, just knocked it out in front of him.
Kupari with a centering pass. He goes off the pad of Peter Mrazek though to break up any sort of play. Squirts out to the near wall. Now Kupari trying to throw it off the far wall into the hot zone. He does, and now steals the pass from Connor Murphy. Sends it back to his teammate of Brendan Lemieux. Coming on up is Turcotte. He hasn't played no rather. That's Kupari still near right corner. Sends it in behind the net. Over to Sagimo. Now up to the far point. Over to the near point for Roy. He flicks the shot that goes right in the net of Mrazek off the back wall. The Kings could get a clean shot off of it. Hawks try to poke it through the neutral zone. They do so. The Kings will slide it right back on down. Both teams get a change.
That was the first shot on goal, and it kind of started a little bit of a surge for the Kings. Finally some action against the Hawks.
Philip Belichick touches the feed, rips the shot, couldn't get through. Good block from one of the LA Kings right in the slot. Page picks up a loose puck. He wants to feed his teammate Jake McCabe instead of missing him completely. Now Seth Jones chases the puck down into his own end. Mrazek's out of his net to play it. But Jones will settle it down to the near wall as the fluttering puck goes over to Mrazek. He uses a stick to slow it down. Pushed on up to Taylor Radish along the far wall in the neutral zone. Brings it into the Kings' end. We get another whistle blown though. I think Hayes went over the blue line too quickly. No score. 15:04 left in this first period. We're going to take a break. No score between the Hawks and Kings. Sunday Night Hockey on 720 WGN.
Hey, hockey fans, it's Chris Chelios. What are you sipping tonight? El Bandito Yankee is a new ultra-premium tequila that is 100% pure and natural with no additives. Just 100% blue agave. El Bandito Yankee Tequila is the most flavorful blue weather agave in the world. Now available at Benny's, Mariano's, Jewel, and Woodman. Go to elbanditoyankee.com to learn more about what makes it so damn good.
I was told I needed a kidney transplant. I was scared, I was worried, and I had no idea what my options were. My name is Heather. After doing some research, I put my trust in Dr. Danae Simpson at Northwestern Medicine. She eased my mind and changed my life.
The Northwestern Medicine African American Transplant Access Program is the first of its kind in the nation. It's committed to breaking down barriers to transplant care in the community. Led by Dr. Danae Simpson, the first female African American transplant surgeon in Illinois, it offers education, resources, and leading-edge transplant care.
Now, I'm recovering from my transplant and looking forward to giving back to my community.
Northwestern Medicine invests more in our community than any other healthcare system. Because what makes our communities better makes us all better. Northwestern Medicine. Learn more at nf.org/community.
John Williams, every weekday morning, 10 to 2. It's a little, it's a lot on 720. Now back to the game.
Bring the family to the United Center and enjoy a night out on the Blackhawks. Participate in family-friendly activities while supporting your favorite hockey team. Each game ticket includes 1 hot dog, 1 drink, 1 buttery popcorn. Create memorable experiences with the whole family. Visit blackhawks.com/family package today.
No score between the
Nothing new yet.
13 minutes left in this first period. Arvidsson swatting it down for the length of the ice. Connor Murphy will get a handle of the puck, not icing, but both teams get a change.
These ice-taking games aren't always as exciting for the fans, but you know the coaches like it, and right now the team's doing a nice job. Their forwards backtracking, allowing their defensemen to have good gaps, and it's forcing the Hawks to just tip the puck in. They haven't gotten the first shot on goal yet.
Yeah, whether they've been struggling or on the winning streak that they're on right now, they haven't had too many of these well-structured games on both sides, where there's not too much going on offensively for either team. We'll dump it into the Kings zone over on the far corner. LA tries to work it on out to the far wall. Kopitar backhands it over to Matt Roy, pushed on up. Byfield working over the Hawk line for the right point. Dave tries to steal the puck. Shot goes on over in front of Rita Mrazek. Got a pad save. The redirection went over to the Kings. They try to get another shot off, but moves it over into the near right corner. Lafferty sending it along the back wall as Byfield chases it down below the goal line. Brings it up to the far circle. Takes it off the far wall as Matt Roy fires on a shot. Couldn't get through it. McCabe got a good stick on it. Now Dickinson sends along the back wall to get it to McCabe below the goal line. 11:20 left in the first period. Still no score. Still no shots on goal for the Hawks. 4-0 in favor of the Kings.
Just a couple of good offensive sequences for the Kings, that being one of them. Kopitar, that rebound just stands right to the goal line, and he wasn't really able to corral it and get a shot off on Mrazek, but he was way out of his net, and Kopitar, he's only been held off the score sheet just once in his last 8 games, so they're going to have to key in on him.
Hawks dumping into the Kings zone. Ian Mitchell keeps it alive from the far wall, pushing it up to Jason Dickinson. The right point, Tyler Johnson. Near point, Caleb Jones. And the cross ice jumps off the stick of Max Domi to the back wall where it's picked up. And one of the Kings and Jared Anderson Dolan. Now Tyler Johnson steals the puck, but loses it as he goes tumbling down the ice. Breakaway opportunity for Fiala. Quick to move on Mrazek. Had a save originally, but Anderson Dolan sneaks it in. And the LA Kings strike first with their 6th shot on goal. Mrazek had the initial save, but Anderson Dolan waiting for it. It's 1-0 LA.
Well, it's a tough break. Tyler Johnson won the tripping penalty, and Jonathan Toews and Johnson are pleading their case right now. They are not happy, and it directly impacted the play here. Caleb Jones pinches down at the blue line, and he's looking for the forward support. Tyler Johnson attempted to get back towards the blue line to help in transition and was tripped up on the play. No call, and because of that, both Fiala and Anderson Dolan had a clear lane to the net. It's still a not a good job defensively for the Hawks, allowing that Fiala to get underneath. Ian Mitchell being the defenseman back there, but still a very frustrating sequence there for Tyler Johnson.
Yeah, it looked like Anderson Dolan's stick is what tripped Tyler Johnson, and Toews was still John at the official. We had another puck drop to resume play. 1-0 Kings with 10:15 left in this first period. Patrick Kane will slide it on over into the Kings' end. As Copley, the LA goaltender, plays it off the back wall. Patrick Johnson trying to keep it alive at the far wall. Caleb Jones chases after it. He gets top free into the air. And now the Kings poke it into the neutral zone where the Hawks will regroup offensively. Trying to send it in for a blue line pass. Instead it jumps off Kane's stick. And the Kings have it once again in their own zone.
And the Kings playing very structured defensively. They're counter-attacking well right now. Hawks defense has to be very aware that they have good puck support when they make that decision to Kingston down low. And I'm sure that's something that Luke Richardson's going to talk about with them in the intermission.
Colin Blackwell picks up the puck in the near wall, brings it into the Kings' end. It's Reese Johnson trying to force it down even further, but now stolen by Iafallo. Now, as they try to push the puck up into the neutral zone, it goes off the stick of Arvidsson, launched up the back into the Kings' end, but LA quickly to gain possession once again. Trying to beat Arvidsson, who comes over the Hawk line, had to work it back into the neutral zone. And now Jersey will settle things down in the Kings' end. Both teams will get a change.
The Kings aren't really giving the Hawks anything right now. Still fighting for that first shot on goal, and now that they have the lead, things are going to be a little bit tighter for the Hawks. They have to stay patient.
Shots on goal in favor of the Kings. 6-0. We've got just a little bit under 9 minutes left in this first period. Kempe picks up a loose puck in a high slot. There's a turnaround shot at that. Mrazek with a pad save. The Kings keep it alive in the hot zone. From the far wall, they beat Jersey in the high slot. Kempe from the bottom of the far circle. His shot got blocked, but now hung on to the puck. Feeds into one of his teammates, and now it's dumped on in below the goal line. Kopitar, the Kings captain, up to the right point. For Walker, goes across ice. Shot coming. That went high to crossbar, and then an extra attempt on the left side of the net just went right off the post. Hawks starts to pull it there.
Well, that all started with a turnover in the defensive zone. Jonathan Case just laid a backhander, was denied the opportunity to clear it, and now the Kings come right back.
At 3-on-2, they go for a centering pass. It jumps off the stick of Anderson Dolan, though. Walker will dump it on in along the backboard. Fiala goes for a centering try to Lazan. It jumped off his stick and went over to the far corner. Now the Kings skip it on out to the neutral zone and they'll reset their offense. Fox will change a couple of players. We're down to under 8 minutes left in the first period. It's a 1-0 lead for the LA Kings. Chasing after by Lazan. Loose puck in front. Fiala rips the shot. It's steered off to the right of Bradley. Fox try to escape it out to center ice. Instead it's picked up by Drew Dowdy. Now Anderson Dolan along the near wall. Cross-ice pass to Anderson in the Kings zone. Kings bring it into the neutral zone on the far side. Pass coming from Lazan was picked off by Jason Dickinson. He's now over the Kings line to the near circle. Trying to feed after the steal a little bit out of his reach. He settles down the puck in the far left corner. Backward he chases it back of the trapezoid and puts John up to the near wall. Two bodies chase after it in the near corner. Post 3 on the near side in the neutral zone. And Seth Jones will backhand it over to Jake McCabe as the Hawks trying to get something going here. 7 minutes left in the first period. 1-0 LA. Tyler Johnson and Max Domi coming on the ice offensively. Domi collects the pass from Seth Jones, sends it along the near boards. It rims up to the far boards. Anderson of the LA Kings will settle it down. Sees Iafallo, who brings it into the neutral zone and now through it over the Hawk line. Went for a cross-ice pass for Arvidsson. He rips a top angle shot from the goal line. Couldn't get through. Kings settle down the puck. Instead, Max Domi. Domi trying to feed Tyler Johnson. It goes off his stick into the Kings zone. Break off icing. We're down to 6:35 left in the first period. Still 1-0 Kings. Personnel picks up a loose puck. Feeds Jersey. Sends it to Arvidsson. Back to Jersey over the Hawk logo. Now to Kempe on the far side. Throws one on net as Mrazek will kick it over to the right side. Kings keep it alive in the Hawk zone. Across the blue line to Roy. The near point. Downstairs to Jeremy. And Roy with a shot from the right point when redirected high, but high above the net. Domi settles down the puck on the far side, flips it into the neutral zone. Kings will settle it down as the Hawks will get a change, so will LA.
The Kings are playing with a lot of pace right now, finding each other well in transition. Hawks just have to simplify a little bit right now, use their D and be very mindful of the Kings in transition.
Loose puck right on the doorstep for Kutari. He gets tripped up, no call made. The Hawks trying to handle the puck out of the far corner in their own zone. Kings keep it alive in the Hawks end. As Walker will send it along the near boards. The Mitchell settles it down from the far right corner. Only for a moment though, as he finally gets Caleb Jones below the line. Alan Blackwell tries to slide out to catch the end whistle. He does so. Pushes it up to Reese Johnson, the Kings end, but that'll go for icing. As Reese Johnson tangles up with Bjornsson a little bit. Just to the right and behind of Phoenix Copley's net. 5:27 left in this first period. Still a 1-0 lead for the LA Kings. And LA with all 8 shots on goal so far in this first period. His bodies are still throwing some punches at each other.
Maybe this is a good thing for the Blackhawks. Get a little bit of emotion. They came off a very emotional win last night, but haven't quite found that same level of energy to keep pace with the Kings so far in this game. And Reese Johnson, one of those guys that'll lead us that for you.
Johnson with 2 goals in his last 3 games.
A game winner.
Yeah, that's right. Well, in the LA Kings, you got to feel it coming to this game.
LA going into 7-2 each for roughing.
We get a couple of roughing penalties. There's 5:27 left in this first period. Again, it was Johnson and Bjornfoot. It was Johnson sending Bjornfoot into the boards right after the whistle was blown, and Bjornfoot took exception to that.
Hawks have not made life too difficult on Copley. Has not seen a shot yet, and they really haven't generated many dangerous looks. And that's a credit to the way that the Kings are defending right now. Quite often and really burning them in transition for the most part.
You got to feel like LA is coming into this game very eager to get 2 points with the rough stretch that they've had lately. And they've held the control for the majority of this game.
And the bad start too. Copley letting in 2 goals early. I think the earliest any LA Kings goaltender ever, the quickest that ever allowed 2 goals in a game before. So you're right though, they're coming off all these losses. They're trying to find some consistency in their game. A lot of areas kind of under scrutiny, and this is a Hawks team that's supposed to be near the bottom of the standings. They know they're coming in here and it's a business. It should be all business.
of confusion going on in the ice. I want to say the officials, the teams were maybe thinking that there was going to be a media timeout, and we are going to get 4-on-4 here. So Sam Lafferty against Dante Kopitar in the hot zone in the far circle. Lafferty wins the draw, and Seth Jones settles down the puck behind Peter Mrazek's net. Maybe a little extra room to skate will help out the Hawks here. Still looking for their first shot on goal. 5:15 left in the first period. 1-0 Kings. Kopitar brings the puck into the neutral zone. The Hawks try to chase after it, but LA quickly works it back out to center ice. With possession, now Kopitar over the hot line. Sees Tempe in the slot. He goes for a contact pass to Kopitar. Instead, it's picked off. Now it's Doughty. From the blue line, Tempe in the right point. Walks it back out to the neutral zone. As well as the 5-minute mark of this first period. So 1-0 Kings. Kopitar exchanges and now sends it back over to Tempe. He lost it off his stick. Jones tried to pass off, but Tempe broke up that pass. Finally, it's settled down by Jonathan Dave. He cruises behind Peter Mrazek's net. Works him out up to the blue line and leaves it for Patrick Kane, who's on the ice with him. 4-on-4 for another minute. Kane over the Kings blue line on the far side in that circle. Goes for a centering pass to Jonathan Dave. And in front of the crease, Dave trying to get a backhanded shot on it. But Phoenix probably on top of this, freezing the clock, stopping the clock at 4:22. It's still 1-0 Kings. The Hawks get their first shot on goal. You're listening to Blackhawks Hockey on 720 WBS.
Alright, so HEP is random. Alright, we now know that WHEP is random. So that's the thing we now know. This is about the Virginia Amber Alert. Well, possibly the Virginia Amber. Alright, so now we're going to do what I was going to attempt earlier before I was rudely interrupted following the national anthem. Well, not really, but after dinner I was rudely interrupted. That's what I meant.
Hey, y'all. Daddy just makes it worse.
Apparently everybody's talking about Clay Ranger, especially after the GWES released another statement about all of his allegations and all of his acquisitions. Well, everything he's being accused of, which is what led to that drama from earlier. Now I'm just waiting for... Where is tonight's Gold Rush? Hold on. Isn't there supposed to be a new episode today? Huh, what happened to episode 20? Where is episode 20 of Gold Rush? Or is he on a hiatus for some reason? Or maybe they're... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's the Gold Rush episode. That's going to be premiering today. I'm actually going to watch it live for once, just like Concentration. Okay, so now let's get back to what we were doing with that experiment. Now, I actually did ask this to my group earlier. There's WDEL. As far as I know, I think as of right now, they do not. I do not think they do. I do not think they do. But I may be wrong. But anyway, what was I saying? So I was showing my Discord group this whole experiment that we're attempting. So, you know, I wanted to see, what if I were to delete Windows.old while attempting to go back to Windows 10? Well, we're actually going to try that again. This time, I'm only going to let the command run for a short amount of time. So we're going to first pull up the go back. We're going to pull up the go back wizard. They don't really use the term wizard anymore. They really don't use the wizard term. Oh. It's just that this thing took forever to recognize the keyboard. Anyway, we're going to open up the command prompt as an administrator. And while it opens, I'm just going to go ahead and go through the prompts and begin the... I'm going to move this over here. No, it's already running. I'm just going to set this as it is. We're not checking for updates. We're just going to hit no. Alright, so we're going to let the command run for about 5 seconds, and we're going to see if it actually still restores. Because after this, I'm going to revert it over to Windows 11 again. And then I'm going to perform them, and then toward the end here, after I come up with all the possible scenarios I can come up with, what we'll actually try and do is we're going to restart to begin the restoration. Then I'm going to go into the command prompt in the recovery console to delete Windows.old and then actually see if the restoration begins. And then I want to see if this actually goes through, what would happen if I interrupted the restoration? Or what if something interrupted the restoration? Now I wonder what would happen. Well, we're going to find out. But first, we're going to delete C Windows.old. If I use the delete command here, this is going to show absolutely everything as it happens. So it's going to show absolutely everything. It's going to show the files that have been deleted. It's going to show all the accesses denied prompts. However, if we were to use the RD command, it would only show the access denied messages. We're not deleting the entire C drive, we're only deleting Windows.old. So we're going to go ahead and execute the command. We're going to wait about 5 seconds here, and now we're going to click go back. It did too much, so it looks like we are able to begin the restoration. So it just deleted like a few things off of Windows 10, so those things may end up corrupted by the time the restoration finishes. What if we actually interrupt it, like as it's restarting? Let's see what would happen. Let's see what would happen if I just do a hard reset, and then see if the restoration actually begins or not. And then we're going to interrupt the restoration at a few other places too. We're going to interrupt the restoration while it's on the restoring the previous version of Windows prompt. And then of course once we're done with all this, we're going to force this into the automatic repair. We're going to force this into the recovery console, and then we're going to use the command prompt to delete Windows.old. So pretty much we're going to be stopping the first portion of the restoration. I'm just taking this through possible scenarios. Now, again, do not do what I'm attempting here. This is an entirely virtualized environment. And apparently it looks like the restoration is still going to go forward because I just saw the command prompt come up. Because I just saw a command prompt dialog appear. Now it did delete several things. So it looks like, I don't even know if it's going to do it. Yeah, there we go. See? Restoring your previous version of Windows. Now, we're not going to let that happen. So, let's restart. Now let's see what ends up happening. And don't worry, I have a snapshot, so I'll just easily reverse it. So now, what ends up happening? Will the system be unbootable, or will it attempt the restoration again? So let's see what ends up happening. Like, what if you just got too impatient? The operating system on your PC failed to turn off properly and needs to be repaired. I've never seen this before. Let's give it another try here. Let's give it another try. Kind of reminds me of Microsoft's. Reminds me of the ScanDisk shutdown message. So it actually starts the restoration again. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're actually going to attempt this one more time. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to reset. So if you abort, okay, so let me think. I wonder what it would be like if we abort it midway. But now I want to go farther into actually going into the command line, and I'm actually going to try and delete Windows.old before the second portion of the restoration begins. So we're going to hit F1 for the recovery. Now there are a bunch of things that haven't changed from Windows 10, like for instance, the font when you're initially booting, if it comes up with like another message when it's saying like preparing automatic repair or please wait. You know, for some reason I've been noticing this every time my laptop blue screens. For whatever reason, it will try to, you can see right here it says exit and continue to Windows rollback. Oh look, let's see if we can still boot into Windows 11. You know what, let's try and boot into Windows 11. So let's see if we can attempt to reverse the restoration and try and boot into Windows 11. Let's try that and see what happens. Now let's see what kind of message it gives off. Like, now I wonder what kind of message it's going to give up. I wonder what kind of message it's going to pull up. If it's going to say, I wonder what it's going to say. Is it going to say something like restoration failed, or we cannot go back? We can't, but you can't. We couldn't roll you back to Windows 10, or something like that. I wonder what kind of message it'll give off, but I find that interesting, is that if you enter the recovery environment during the rollback, you know what, I'm actually going to try and delete Windows.old and see what happens. I wonder if we're going to get an error. Or maybe it'll just get stuck on attempting to recover installation, and then it'll just say press enter to reboot or something like that. So we could actually still boot into Windows 11 even though we had just even though it was in the middle of a rollback. So like let's say like if you at the last minute change your mind and want to go back to Windows 11, well, this is a possible scenario we're kind of trying here. So like, let's say you change your mind and say, no, I don't want to go back to Windows 10. I want to stay on Windows 11. So far, you can just reset, hit F1 on the recovery, for the recovery environment on that couldn't turn off properly screen if it ever comes up. Then you would select choose another operating system and select Windows 11. Now, it was already well through the it was already at the very beginning of the restoration process, so let's see what ends up happening. If it'll actually still boot and whatnot. So while we wait for Windows 11 to boot, you remember this? This is no chemtrails. Oh, great. Just as I want to do something, a good song has to come on K-Love. Isn't that wonderful? So let's see what ends up happening. Gee, I wonder what'll end up happening. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Yep, it'll still boot up. But I wonder if that recover option will still be there, or Windows rollback will be a second option, or it'll still be the default. Well, let's find out. This is no chemtrails versus Flutter Realm. Oh yeah, I can clearly hear her through the song. Oh gosh. I'm shocked we can actually still boot into Windows 11. So I'm surprised it'll actually still load, even though we literally just interrupted a rollback to Windows 10.
Positive, encouraging Caleb.
Okay, so let's go to system configuration. Yeah, that I think is still kind of a bug in the OS, like what you just saw. I think that is something Microsoft still needs to work on. The placement of the... Well, for a second or so. Yeah, really. They still need to fix that. That is a train. Alright, we need to go to System Configuration. And we're going to see if the rollback... And we're going to see if the rollback is still there. So, this kind of gets you to change your mind if you do not want to go back to Windows 10. So then what we're going to do is we're going to actually see if the rollback option is still there. Where is it? Okay, let's use the run command. Let's use the run box and we'll execute it from here. But that's okay, because it's going to be a temporary installation. So msconfig. This will load the system configuration utility. And if you were to execute it on Windows 10, you would get the exact same result. So here, this is where we would see... This is where we could modify boot entry. Like, we can modify from here, we can modify the computer's boot up sequence. We can boot up, what we can do with that is we can modify the boot sequence, like change the default operating system to load when the computer starts. So when you boot up the computer, and if you have multiple operating systems installed on the same hard drive, you would be asked to select which operating system you want to boot to. If you want to boot to Windows 10, you would choose Windows 10, or I know on some older versions the boot menu would come up instantly. But however, on newer versions like Windows 10, if you have a dual boot set up, you would first see the Windows logo with the circles or the dots. The dots are that new animation depending on which one depending on if you're using Windows 10 or 11. Alright, here we go. This is where you would change. Yeah, here we go. See, this says Windows Rollback. So this is Windows 11. And then this here is the rollback that was created. Now, we are actually going to attempt to stop that rollback from occurring. We can load back into Windows 11. We're going to run the command prompt as an administrator, and then we're going to delete Windows.old. This time we're actually going to let it run all the way. So we're going to hit yes. We're going to delete C, Windows.old /S/Q. But wait, now before we execute the command, because Windows Rollback is in this list, oh look, we can delete the rollback. So we can select delete here, which will actually delete the Windows Rollback OS option from the hard drive. So if we go to the settings here, you can see the go back option is still there. Now Windows Rollback is already applied. So let's actually let the command run all the way through this time. The network adapter is still attached. Alright, here we go. Here comes all the deleted file messages. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to let this command run all the way through. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to let the command run all the way through, and I'm going to see, can I refresh this page? No, I can't. I cannot. So I suppose what happens here is that during the setup, it actually, so let's see, if you're in the process of rolling back, I suppose it creates a second partition on the hard drive. We want to go to... So during the initial restoration process, it makes a second entry on the hard drive. So I don't know which one it uses. But this one is the partition for the installation of Windows 11. I think I gave this one 80 gigabytes because I wanted some additional space on the hard drive. So we're going to let this run substantially, and then after it goes through System 32, we're going to restart. Now I don't know. Let's see how far we'll keep hitting the go back button. We're gonna see what happens. We'll keep hitting the go back button and see what it does as this continues to run. I'm sure by the time it goes to System 32, that's gonna be it. So by the time it starts deleting stuff from System 32, there's probably gonna be no way this recovery is gonna continue. So we're going to keep hitting the go back button until we get that message. We're going to let this keep running, and then afterward we're going to restart. We're not going to hit restart. Rather, we're going to force reset. And then we're going to see if the recovery will even attempt to continue, since rollback is still the default OS. I'm not going to give Microsoft anything. I'm just going to keep clicking go back. I'll keep clicking go back until we see the message. Yeah, it's just about time for the Guam iPods too, so I'm going to keep clicking go back. I'm going to wait and see. Now remember, we're already in the process of recovering the OS. So remember, we're in the process of already restoring Windows 10. So now, by the time it gets to System 32, we're going to see if the recovery actually continues. Because right now it's delete, because right now it's going through all the packages. We'll keep going until it says we cannot roll you back, and then after it says that, then we're going to restart. Then after it says that, we're going to force reset. So far we have a bunch of deleted, so right now we have a whole ton of deleted file prompts. Nice, and I see the kings are already on the board. Why did I not update this? There we go. Why are you going back? We're going back because we're going back, that's why. We're going to see how far we can let this go before... Now, I wonder what will happen eventually once it says we can no longer go back. Because remember, the rollback entry is already on the hard drive. So what's going to end up happening now? Will we still be able to restore Windows even though this will no longer give us the option once it gets to System 32? I mean, we're somehow still able to get in here while it's deleting all these packages. It's going to be a little bit, but then by the time it starts touching System 32, that's going to be it. So eventually there will be no going back here. I'm going to watch the entries. You know, just how rapidly the text is. It's kind of funny just seeing how the text on the command prompt goes super duper fast. I mean, even in my programming class last year, we compiled so many Python programs, and there was like one program where we had to like count one number up to like a number of our choice. I even had it count up to like 10 gazillion or something like 1 billion, or I think I had it one time go as far as like 1 octillion. I had it go as far up as that, and then there were a whole bunch of numbers on the window. And there was even like one program we did where it would create a whole row of stars, and I even put the amount of stars as 1 gazillion, and there would be a gazillion stars on the screen. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was how much fun programming 1 has been. So far, 2 is not looking quite fun, but you know what? I'm already having fun with... I'm probably going to have a little more fun with those programming 1 apps that we did for, that my programming class did. Now, finally, my bed sheets come. Yeah, we usually change them out every 2 weeks. I'll probably do that during the intro of Gold Rush. Has not, I think by the time it starts touching System 32, it still touches Server Hyper. I don't recall a Windows 11 server. I'm surprised, I don't even know if there's a Windows 11 server. It's deleting... Now, I don't know if it'll even still be able to restore Windows 10 without the important files. Now, we're going to see what ends up happening here. So again, we're going to keep clicking Go Back. And then we're going to see if we can actually attempt to restore. You can see it's going through all the editions of Windows 10. That's Server 2022 that it's doing, because remember, Server 2022 is based on 22H2 or 21H1. I don't know which one it is, but now I know where Guam is on the map. And there it is. iPod's open cap. We haven't gone through System 32 yet. I can still initiate the recovery. See, these are all the tools on the system. It's still going through the images. It's going through the core, it's going through enterprise, it's going through, well, it's going through just about everything, because remember, I was coming to Windows 11 from Windows 10 Home. Because if I go to the About, which is here, so if I go to About here, this is Windows 11 Home. Now, this again is an unactivated copy, but I don't care. We're going to click Go Back. And we're going to go back to click and go back. And we're going to keep doing it until it cannot be restored. Oh, yes. I am ready for this. $1 million. Yeah, that's from the... yeah, that's from the mother load they introduced in Season 3, I believe. That was Season 3, where... if the player was able to pick all 3 matching amounts on their first 3 selections, that winning will be multiplied by 10. That winnings will be multiplied by 10. And instead of winning... oh, okay, here we go. It's going through a few additional packages now. We're going to let that run, and then once it touches System 32 and I cannot restore the system, we'll hit... okay, it's going through programming files now. There we go. We can't go back. We're going to reset. Can we still go back to Windows 10? We're going to find out in a moment. Now, rollback is the default. Oh, there we go. A required device isn't connected or can't be accessed. So that's what happens when you delete Windows.old from within Windows 11 or within the Recovery Manager when we're going through the initial first portion of the recovery. So from this point now, we can no longer restore Windows 10. But, however, there is an easy fix for it. We can just hit F1 to go into the recovery environment. We gotta hit F1 to go into the recovery. Then when we arrive at the recovery environment, we're going to click Use Another Operating System, and then we're going to change defaults to Windows 11. And then we're going to select Windows 11. Because if we hit rollback again, then it will not work.
Complete the catchphrase from Monty Python's Flying Circus. And now for something, Scott?
And now for something completely different.
You are absolutely right. And wouldn't you know it, the first option of the week is yours. What do you want to do?
I think I'll take it.
All right, you have 25 numbered squares. Good luck to you. Select.
You know, this game is actually pretty fun.
Been going there a lot. Number 12.
You know, this Gold Rush game is quite fun.
750.
This Gold Rush game is not only fun, but intense.
Card, pen and paper, or word? What type of game is Scrabble? Scott?
It's a word game.
Would we have accepted game show, Brandon? I would have taken it. Just for the heck of it. Yeah, you're right, Scott. Alright, you have 750 right now.
Number 5.
Number 5, Johnny Bench. for you. Slow and steady might win the race. See what Mark has to say about that as we go to this next question. A magical car, a drum kit, or a toy soldier. In the film, what was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Mark? Judge. Sorry, it's not a toy car, it's a magical car, which is slightly different than a toy. Sorry about that, Mark. Scott, you got $12.50. You may indeed. You have $12.50 right now. Select.
Jordan 23.
Number 23. $5,000. Brandon, I think he's getting bored.
I don't know if I'm bored, but like I said, again, the game, it's very early in the game. We haven't even seen the first one.
We have not. Next question. Prince, Beck, or Madonna? Love Sexy and Purple Rain are albums. Scott. Brandon, is he right? Albums by which singer?
I just stopped the recording and it shut down.
I think I'll play again.
Oh, I think you're going to have to select them.
Let's go right next door to
24. At $7.50. 4 for 4, not bad. $7 grand. Bonsai, karate, or origami. What is the Japanese name for the art of growing bark?
Bonsai.
Growing miniature trees. Bonsai is correct. Well done.
Alright. I will play.
Alright, let's see if you can get on the board here.
Alright, 6.
Number 6. Does Mark get on the board? Yeah, $2,000, a $5,000 difference.
So that's what happens when you delete Windows 10 in the middle of the restoration. However, if you were to end up going into the recovery environment and doing the same thing, then we would end up in a very similar situation. Now, I don't usually care about the talking to the players portion of the game. That's what I usually don't care about. I just care mainly about the gameplay of the thing. So that is quite interesting what we just demonstrated. That in the middle of the restoration, you can actually still try and go back to Windows 10, but if you actually delete the recovery files in the middle of such process, then you would then no longer be able to boot into the rollback, which means now you're stuck on Windows 11. However, you would then have to clear that boot entry. However, because you deleted Windows.old in the middle of, because now we deleted Windows.old in the middle of the restoration, or in other words, the rollback. I think the rollback should be the best possible term. Alright, so if we go into settings now, and I'm going to open up Explorer 2. I was about to open it on the wrong machine. So now going into MS Config here on Windows 11. taken forever, some way, somehow. Alright, so now if we go to recovery, it does still technically say go back, but if we actually go into that page, go back is technically still there, but it is technically still there, but we're going to once again get that message saying that we cannot roll back to Windows 10. If this version isn't working, try going back to Windows 10. But look, we're sorry, but you can't go back. The files we need to take you back to a previous version of Windows were removed from this PC. Yeah. Now, what if we actually attempted the recovery from the recovery console? Let's actually try that. So first, we're going to delete the rollback entry. We're going to hit apply. Okay. It's going to ask us to reboot, but we're now going to actually see if we can attempt the recovery from the recovery environment. Yes, I want to restart. So now what's going to happen here, this is the same result as if you hold down Shift and then click Restart. So if you hold down Shift and click Restart, no, just reboot anyway, just get me into the recovery console. So if you hold down, so the thing is, if you hold down Shift and click Restart, then you'd be taken to a, recovery with. You would be taken to a recovery console where you would from there have options to continue the rest of to reverse to a previous update in case one is not. So in case an update is not working. So if an update is not working for you, then you can choose to go back to. You can choose to reverse back to the previous cumulative update. However, in some cases, I've tried that directly, and it would just keep trying and trying again. I had it sit there for about an hour on my old laptop, but that doesn't work. Now, the quickest way to get rid of a problematic update is to actually boot into safe mode. And then go into the control panel and delete the update from the installed updates menu. Then after that, restart, and then you're good to go. It's that easy. And now, because we deleted the entry, we no longer have to choose another operating system option. We just have Windows 11. Now, let's see what we can do. We can choose uninstalled updates. We're going to uninstall the latest feature update. So let's see what ends up happening. We ran into a problem. We won't be able to uninstall the latest feature update. So it's not technically possible. Now let's just see what's left of Windows.old. Now let's see what's left of Windows.old. Now let's see what's left of Windows.old. Now let's see what's left of Windows.old. So this is what's remaining. So this is what's remaining in Windows.old. We're going to go ahead and execute the deletion command to delete the rest of it. We're gonna clear the rest of Windows.old. Yeah, no wonder why hot tubs cost so much, because I think if I can recall when I was asking about how much it took, how much it cost to build like that entire pool during my trip down south earlier this year. Well, not earlier this year, but rather, well, not really earlier this year, but rather I would say like around Christmas or so. That's the time I should have said. But oh, look, we get the classic hourglass. Look at that. We get the classic hourglass. Oh my gosh. Wow, Scott is on a roll on Gold Rush. Oh, this is just wonderful. Wow. Yeah, I was asking about the prices of how much it took to put that entire pool pad together. So I was told that that hot tub costed around $8,000. Yeah, I think it was like $8,000 for the hot tub. And then now, oh my God, Scott is almost to $400,000 in that Gold Rush game. Dang. So, we're not getting any access denied errors because it is in use. So now that we are no longer able to go back to Windows 10, we're going to use the recovery environment to perform some other destructive actions to the OS. We're essentially uninstalling Windows. We're essentially uninstalling Windows. But, as I was saying, the hot tub costed around $8,000, and then I heard the pool cost, let me guess, around, I think it costed around like $2,000 or so. I can't remember. And I know the deck costed about another $2,000, but I heard in total that that entire project costed them almost $20,000. My gosh, you know, that is definitely an expensive feat that is totally not an easy feat to pull off. I mean, honestly, for a massive pool with a non-functional heater and now all the water drained out of it, yeah, now they gotta figure some way out to get all the water back into it, hopefully, and get the heater up and running for the upcoming summer. Well, not really the upcoming summer, but I heard by the end of this summer, they will actually have a heater for that pool specifically, so then very soon, if I ever get to go down there again, I don't know if I will go down there again for Christmas, then, well, if that's so, maybe we get to spend Christmas with them every year. That'd be nice. That'd be very nice. That'd become, I mean, my family, we've had several, our Christmas traditions have really changed. And they've had some very significant changes over the years. I mean, I used to go to another familiar family member of mine, their house in MontCoEAS. Well, they used to Well, they actually used to live in MontCoEAS, but unfortunately both of them have recently passed away, so that's unfortunate. But we used to actually go down there for Christmas Eve during odd years, you know. Let's see if I can recall what years. I think it was... I can recall very few years before this whole tradition underwent major changes. The last time we ever went there was 2019. 2019 was the very last Christmas tradition, Christmas at that house. I am sad for that, but I am very pleased about. I am excited about the changes. I am very pleased about the changes. I mean, it was nice that we got to. It was very nice that I actually got to go down south to somewhere warm for Christmas rather than just being up here at the Chicago cold. But it actually came at a perfect time too, because as I said, there was a winter storm coming through the area, and I felt like we had to get out of here as soon as possible so we wouldn't have to feel its effects. But well, thankfully, good thing we left the area in time, because it didn't arrive until Thursday, and we didn't come back here until the following Tuesday. So honestly, I gotta say that trip was perfectly coordinated. However, all the gifts, all my presents were waiting for me back here at home. It wasn't at my grandparent, my nana, though. But unfortunately, they were all waiting here at home for me, including all of the other prizes I won from the arcades I went during that time. And so, okay, here we go. It's deleting System 32 now. It's going through the rest of System 32. Honestly, this would be called destroying Windows 10 with Windows 11 installed. But good thing I'm deleting Windows.old instead of the main Windows directory, which if I did that, it would be terrible. But luckily I have a backup here. So this is really in this predicament. Let's throw some extra music into the mix while the process continues. Wow! Scott just won $100,000. $100,000 on Gold Rush. That's $200,000 wins I get to see on 2 different game shows. You know, I got to see a $100,000 win on Wheel of Fortune, and now I got to see a $100,000 win on Gold Rush. Isn't that nice? Migration.xml. A 460,871. This is just so much fun. This is just so much fun to watch. for files.exe. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm not going to let you sit through this because we're going to reverse it. We're actually going to... Nah, you know what? Let's get rid of this installation altogether. The run of a lifetime. He's calling it. He's calling that the run of a. He's calling that the run of a lifetime. I know I should have asked it to do the entire C drive. Now it's deleting the public documents. Wow, what a game. And now he gets a rave to the theme. You know what? Why don't we put the theme on my... Why don't we play the theme song on my speaker? Because it sounds really good. Because it just sounds really good. Why don't we play the Gold Rush theme on my speaker? This is your announcer, Brad Strug, speaking for Gold Rush.
A WKPH Cincinnati presentation in association with AVG Productions.
Oh my gosh. You know how much I like that theme song? I love it. I love the Gold Rush theme. For whatever reason, every time Gold Rush would come on, I would always be raving to the theme song at the end. And that's it. Windows.old is gone. That was fun. Let's see what's left. Pull up the open menu, and I will show you that Windows.old still has some things in here, but it's no more. You know what? Let's get rid of this. Delete C. You know what? Yeah, that was a fun experiment to try. Let's get rid of the rest of this. We're deleting Windows 11 from the command line. You know what? Let's actually see if it still boots up after this. It went through program files, so let's see what ends up happening. Let's see what ends up happening. Let's see what ends up happening after that. Will it even still boot at all? It doesn't matter because I'm going to be getting rid of this virtual machine. Yep, it'll still boot, but we know nothing is going to work. So, you know what? That was kind of fun to try. That was kind of fun to try. So that was actually kind of fun to try. That was a great show, and I actually got to watch all of it. We're going to let it reverse. Alright. So, now, we're actually going to try and do the same thing that we just did, but instead begin it here, and then go into the recovery environment to complete the restoration. We're going to delete Windows.old from there. Actually, I'm just going to delete System32 from Windows.old, and we're going to see what happens. So we're just going to tell it, no, thank you. Yes, we know what's going to happen. We're going to go back to Windows 10. So again, what's happening now is it's creating the Windows rollback partition. And then I'm going to hit restart. We're going to enter the I'm just going to force it into automatic repair. You know what I'm actually going to do instead? I'm going to force it into automatic repair. I'm going to force it into the recovery console, and we will from there initiate the command prompt to delete the Windows.old folder. Okay? Alright, here we go. Now we're going to wait for the thing to come up. We're going to wait for the spinning circle to appear, and then we're going to click reset. Alright, we did it the first time. Let's see if we have to do it a second time in order to force it into automatic repair. Nope, we just need to reset it once more. Now, we should be going into the Guess it didn't work that time. Well, let's reset it one more time. And now this should load the recovery environment. There we go. Now it will load the recovery environment. So now it will load the recovery environment. So now we are going into the recovery environment. Now again, don't try this yourself. I'm doing this in a virtual machine just to see what it would be like. We're not going to restart. We're going to go to the advanced options. Let's see if the recovery actually begins. Because we literally interrupted the startup. So let's see if the recovery actually begins. No! It didn't even start it at all. Well, let's actually start over. This is actually kind of fun to attempt. The whole restoration process. Recovering Windows 10. Okay, so let's actually this time wait until we get to the first portion of the restoration. Then we're going to send it back. Let's see what's going to end up happening. Okay, here we go. Go back to Windows 10. We're going to wait about 5 minutes during the recovery, and we're going to see if we get the same message that we got earlier. Storm service. Okay, now we're well into the restoration, so we're going to go ahead and reset the machine. Now let's see what it's like if we actually delete Windows.old from the recovery environment during the restoration process. Let's see what ends up happening. I'm very sure that we are going to get the exact same result that we got when we deleted Windows.old from within Windows 11. There's that failed to turn off properly message. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to go into the recovery. So let's see if we actually can try to delete Windows.old during the initial restoration. So we're going to see what ends up happening. However, I'm not going to delete it all exactly. I'm just gonna delete System 32 on it. I'm not gonna delete it all. I'm just gonna delete System 32. And let's see what it's like if we actually. So we're actually gonna go into the recovery console, and we're gonna try and delete. And now there's that use another operating system box. We're gonna hit Command Prompt. Okay, so we're going to make sure it is focused on the C drive. We're going to focus it on Windows.old. We're going to look at the directory. Okay. We are going to let's delete some things first. We want to delete C, Windows. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure my mouse is in the command prompt window or it won't type. Windows.old recovery. Cannot find C recovery. Or is it a folder? Let's delete. I guess it can't. That's okay. Alright, let's try this. Let's delete C, Windows.old. I did type it in right, didn't I? .old, System 32. Could not locate. Oh, am I using the wrong marks? I think I'm using the wrong marks here. Hold on, let me. Can't go. That's as far as I can go. Alright. Let's just delete the whole thing. Let me just make sure that I'm doing this right. C Windows.old. Okay, it is. Okay, it is working. So let's try C Windows.old / System 32. Could not locate. Where is System 32 in the Windows.old folder? It is under. Maybe a lot of things are hidden from view. Let me open it up. So we are in System. Oh, this must be the boot partition. We need to go to the disk here. Here's Windows.old. Windows. Oh, we have to go through the Windows folder. So we have to go through the Windows folder. That's right. So C Windows.old Windows System 32. Now it'll recognize it. Yes. This will screw up the recovery process. There we go. It is gone. It is gone forever. So let's go. So now let's take a look. Windows.old Windows. We look at the directory now. We will see this is the same environment we were just in, weren't we? I think that's good enough. Let's restart. Yes, the shutdown commands does not work here. Okay, so we're going to probably get that same message now that we deleted System 32 from the Windows.old folder. Let's see what ends up happening. If we're going to get that turn off message again. If we're going to get that couldn't properly shut down message. Okay. Okay. How is this possible? I just deleted System 32 and still it wants to restore to Windows 10. I could interrupt it in Windows 11 and delete it there, but remember, we already did that. I want to attempt it from the recovery console. Okay, so that did not work. Okay, so attempting to interrupt the recovery. I'm surprised it didn't even throw up an error. I was expecting it to throw up an error saying like, "Hey, we can't find System 32. The recovery failed." So I want to delete the Windows.old folder piece by piece, just to see what folder it will take for it to actually stop responding. Oh look, WMPB. Isn't that nice? So I just want to see at what point will it be before we can no longer before we are unable to roll back to Windows 10. Because if we eventually do go back into Windows 11, we'll eventually see a message that says we cannot roll back. So we're going to go to Troubleshoot Command Prompt. Maybe we have to go through the X drive. That could be the case. So CD X Windows.old. Maybe we have to go through the C drive again. Alright, let's try that. So C, Windows.old, Windows, directory. And these are all the folders. Oh, we have to go through, so let's delete the program files now. Windows.old, program files. Oh, CDC, Windows.old, directory. And this is what we got. Let's see if we can actually delete it from within a Explorer window. So let's open up a Notepad document. It's detecting it from the X drive. So we need to go here. We're going to delete x86. Oh, we can delete it here. So we can click delete. But it just locks up the whole window. So it does indicate that it is doing something. We can go back into the command prompt and it is still responding. But now Notepad and essentially the whole deletion process has stopped working. So deleting System 32 was unsuccessful. However, though, we will try let's try this instead. Delete C Windows.old Windows System 32/S/Q. Now this is where we're going to get all those messages. Open up the folder. It won't let me open up the folder now, so yeah, System 32 is toast. And there we go. It is gone. We deleted System 32. Okay. System 32 is actually gone now. Let's see if it is still technically possible at this point, now that we've actually deleted the folder. And if we try it now, no changes. So if we try it now, yep, no changes. The thing still boots into the rollback, even though I had just deleted System 32. I'm surprised how I was successfully able to delete System 32 and it'll still restore to Windows 10. However, it is most likely going to restore to a corrupted installation of Windows 10. It's going to attempt to restore to a corrupted installation, which is really what's going to end up happening. So let's try the program files folder now. We're just going to delete all the major folders within Explorer. We're going to see what we can do. Just hit F1 for recovery. Alright. Alright. So now let's go to the C drive. Okay, we're going to delete C Windows.old. We can't delete program files from here, so we're going to have to open up a notepad again. We're going to open up we're going to go here, and this time we're going to erase the program files folder. It's going to take a little bit. So deleting System 32 had no effect. So let's see. Now I just want to know what point, so what folder, at what point will it eventually be where we can no longer restore Windows 10? Then I have to wait a little bit. Yep, programming files is gone. Okay, let's try it now. Let's see what we seems like deleting program files does not have an effect either. So apparently deleting program files does not have an effect either. So the restoration is still going on here. So we're effectively corrupting a rollback. So we're effectively corrupting a rollback process. So that didn't work. Why don't we try a different folder? Let's attempt the x86 or just the Windows folder entirely, because that could be So you know what? Let's actually raise the stakes and try the system folder. Let's try that. You know, even if we were to restore Windows 10, by that point it would be unbootable. So we're just gonna keep deleting it as much as we can until the rollback can no longer restore Windows 10. That's what we're doing. We're gonna keep raising the stakes until it cannot restore Windows 10. So we're gonna open up the command prompt again. We're going to go to the .old folder. So let's do system. What if we delete boot? Let's try that. Let's get rid of boot. See if it's missing. Okay, it is missing. Alright, the file is missing. Okay. Now I want to know, what folder will it take for the recovery to be unsuccessful? So it looks like boot is a failure. So apparently I still cannot delete. So it looks like boot apparently doesn't have an effect. So apparently boot does not have an effect. So we're gonna try another. We're gonna try the entire Windows folder. We're going to risk it all, and we're going to try for the entire Windows folder. So we're going to risk it all, and we're going to try the entire Windows folder and see if that's going to be enough, and see if that's going to be enough to fully break the recovery. We're going to find out if that is the case. And it is time for KDK, so let's get set for that. I'm going to post the Guam IPOS test and KDK both separately, so keep that in mind. Okay, loading into recovery once again, where we're going to perform even more attempts to get rid of Windows 10. You know, this is already kind of reminding me of how... Let's just, it is probably something in the Windows folder. Let's try that. Try the whole thing. So we're going to get rid of Windows. Delete forever. Okay, it is frozen, so it is doing something. So we are getting a little farther this time, however it's stuck. This is now Caleb and Air One's last chance to test before the public affairs presentation. Okay, it is still frozen. I'll leave it on the blue to see the progress and what it's doing. What it is doing right now is it's literally deleting the entire Windows folder because I cannot seem to make this thing unbootable. Because I couldn't delete system, I could delete boot, but you know, either way, we want to make Windows 10 unrecoverable after the OS is restored. So, and I also heard all the WHC links went back online. You can tell how long it's taking, but let's see if that's enough. I think it might have. I think with it being idle for that long, yeah, I think that's gonna do it. Let's see, I think that did it. And if we boot now, see, even deleting the Windows folder, it doesn't even do anything. We have to delete the entire Windows.old directory in order for it to fail. Let's try deleting the rest of Windows.old from the directory, and we're gonna see what ends up happening. So we're like undoing a Windows 10 restoration. Send it to the recovery. Oh, really? They're starting Amplify, and they didn't even do the forecast. They're starting Amplify, and they didn't even do the forecast. Wow. What a fail. What a fail. You didn't even do your test. You didn't even do your... You didn't even do your test. You didn't even do your forecast. You didn't even do anything. You didn't even do your test. You didn't even do your forecast. You didn't even do anything. Wow. That has to be the best fail I think I've ever heard from KDKA. Wow. Okay, let's continue with this. And they never even did the forecast before the Amplify theme. Oh, that's nice. Okay, I think that there is probably no way we can get this taken care of. Other than to delete the rest of Windows.old. That's really the only option we have left. Is to delete C, Windows. The only option we have left is to delete C, Windows.old. /S/Q. That's the only option we have. There we go. That is going to do it. I can't believe that. Dang. Wow. I can't even believe that myself. Let me get the adapter, the SD card, so I can throw it onto the machine. Oh yeah, there's a lot of my older clips. Some of them were from previous attempts at K-Love. Then there was last week's Amplify theme, which honestly was a fail. I can't believe that Amplify failed. That is... I can't believe KDK failed that thing. My gosh. You know what that means now? We're going to throw the SD card into the machine. open up a new Audacity window, brand new one. We have to stop this in order to now we have to locate the file on the card. What's it called? 57. Yep, that's today's Amplify theme. Now, I'm sure you all know what my favorite part is. We're first going to amplify this. We're going to amplify it. We're getting there. Now we need to change the speed to 0.73. I can't believe that they didn't even do the forecast right before the theme. Dang. I can't believe that. Alright. Let's see. System resources, system temp, syswow. Let's just go through the rest of the stuff here and see what we can mess up with here. Stuck. Oh yeah, let's delete it forever. Yeah, let's delete everything forever. Yep, can no longer find this item. We're gonna delete as much as we can. Oh yeah, there is no way this thing's gonna recover now. Let's see how many we can actually delete on its own. There we go. Refresh it now. If we go back into System 32. Did I not do it off of Windows.old? Now let's delete the rest of it. Yep. Yep, that was it. That's what froze that. Open up another one. And we can see now it's defaulting to the C drive here. The only folder remaining in .old is Windows. Yep, that's it. Let's open up another window and continue the process. Alright, that should do it. If we try it now. And if we try it now. You know what? Let's just see what it looks like with it all corrupted. You know what? Let's see if it even You know what? I think just deleting the entire Windows.old folder, I think really screws it up. So, you know what? We're just going to let it You know what? We're actually just going to let it restore. Because I don't really care. So, you know what? We're just going to let this reset. So, you know what? We're just going to let this restore. You know what? We're going to let it restore and see what happens. Or better yet, let's just get rid of the folder and its remaining contents entirely. Let's do that, because that will eventually be it. So, we were able to do it. It's about time. It's about time. Alright. Now you know what that means. Where is my KDK? Oh, here it is. Let's get rid of what's left. Without the forecast. Let's see what it does. Let's see what happens here. The only things remaining on there now are just the Windows directory. Yeah, all that's remaining now is the Windows directory, so now it's deleting remaining packages and everything.
It's not night. It's not night.
Wow. It's not night yet. I like that. I like that part. Must be on the wrong account. Okay, amplifies up. Oh jeez, I wonder how long this is gonna last. I'm still gonna keep this because we will need it later for the weekly when it does happen. It's going into the one core and apps. Oh, here goes Microsoft Edge. I think that should do it. That should do it. Let's reset before it even finishes. Let's reset it before the deletion even finishes. not every single element of the folder was deleted. So I think with the required devices missing message, I think that would only come up if we were to delete Windows.old from within Windows 11. But what we're doing is we're actually attempting this in the recovery console. So let's actually go back to the recovery and we will finish the deletion of Windows.old. We're going to let it run while KDK actually tries to test again. So let me go. Alright, let me get set back up. They're about to go into their break.
Sense of humility, it does not make yourself the judge over the Scriptures, but submits to the message of Scripture as an authority for the way we live our lives. You have three other points. If I were to use the points, we wouldn't get through half the book, even though we have two segments. So I just want to be able to point out to people how it is structured. So you are introducing one of the church fathers and helping us to understand how they read the Scriptures.
Alright, we're going to let the command run all the way through.
And then pointing out to us how then we too can read Scripture like the early church, which is the title of your book. So we just have one more minute to before we take our first break. So the second insight is going to be later Scripture clarifies earlier, and what is clear interprets what is obscure. Just say a little bit about that insight before we take our break.
Yeah, I mean, I think we started with an assumption that a lot of Christians would hold, that is, that the Scriptures across both Testaments are internally consistent. And so you can cross-reference. You can use one Scripture to help you interpret another. But you have to be careful how you do that. And like I was talking earlier about the Old Testament and the New Testament, Revelation is progressive, and God reveals things over time, and things get clearer over time. So we use later text to help us understand the earlier ones. We use clearer text to help us understand the more obscure ones. I mean, the Bible is not a secret code, but on the other hand, it's not just simply and always there on the surface either.
Let me break in there, because when we come back, we're going to talk about the point about how can Scripture interpret Scripture.
Report. Investigators have identified the shooter behind last night's massacre in Monterey Park, California as 2 p.m. training. Arizona Sheriff Robert Lewis tells us they captured him after some time carrying out a second attack.
During the search, several pieces of evidence were found inside the van, leading the suspect to both locations. We're now in Monterey Park, in addition,
It is going to be most likely after this commercial here.
actual control lanes down going around, so it's that something we do actually for the process and on, get that sort of ready, going, causing that higher point anxiety response, and that's how we're able to look at it. So, do you work with high-level athletes, Olympic athletes? Where do we get started? We do a quick consultation, and we do the same thing for clients here that we do with the U.S. Olympic team, supplement gold medals. So you call the office for the consultation, we can set it up 724-934-8446. For VA hypnosis and anxiety center, 724-934-8446. Call now. Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing to get a million of things for our planet. Now that we have started a new year, think about ways you can help the environment. First, make the switch to green soaps and personal products and green cleaning products for the sink and shower, and use towels made from materials like organic cotton. And finally, make the switch to LED lights, which can last for many years and use very little power. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing? Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Can't wait for you to see Here You Come Again, presented by Pittsburgh CLO, featuring hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and Here You Come Again, January 12th through the 29th. Tickets are
Hey
on
Kay,
sale
why are you
at
doing the message board? You should be running your test.
See you at the
But they're
Pittsburgh
failing so far.
The Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino is now open. Enjoy free valet parking and free breakfast with panoramic views of downtown. Stay right in the heart of the action and book your stay today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Stop by Salem's Market today and pick up your prime choice halal meats from the butcher in time for this weekend's family dinner. Ask about their oxtails and prime ribs. That's in the bird for a reason. 29th and 10 in the strip. Open every day.
From the KDKA Community Message Board, details at KDKARadio.com. As we all do our one thing, to get a million things for our planet. Don't forget about the environment and make a New Year's resolution. This year, resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags. And get a reusable bag for birthday. Recycle old clothes by donating them to Cerri. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This is getting ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
What are you waiting for? Ask your agent to buy.
at trypie.com. That's TRYPIE.com. They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands of weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2. Twice the money, so forget about that. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary, taken or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion in force in 23. Visit JacksonHewitt.com for rules.
So now you finally decide to do your forecast. Now you finally decide to do your forecast. Watch it fail to boot. Okay. This is honestly ridiculous. They failed again. You know, I think they're going to wait till 9, aren't they? Okay, so we just deleted Windows.old, and the whole thing is still going to work. Okay, I give up. Okay, I give up on this recovery. Alright, I give up on trying to corrupt the recovery. We could do it within Windows 11, but we can't from within the recovery console. So you know what? Let's see if it actually restores without Windows.old. Let's see if it actually restores... Oh, wait, that's right. There was another local disk on the system, wasn't there? Wait a second. Hold on. I think there was I saw a second hard drive on the system. Hold up. I saw a local disk E on the system. So I don't know what that could be. If that could be Windows 10 or Windows 11. I don't know which one. But you know what? We're actually going to see what that local disk E is. So I want to go back into the recovery console and see what that E drive is. But, I mean, other than that, I give up on KDK. They pretty much failed. What if we just delete that entire E drive? Because that's what this E drive is. This is recovery. So let's delete the entire E drive. That should do it. So what we just did was we just deleted that second partition. Let's see if it even still boots to the recovery now. Okay, I give up. Okay, I give up. I can't seem to stop the restoration. Yeah, I give up. I can't seem to stop the restoration. But you know what? Without Windows.old, let's see if it even restores Windows 10. If I come back and I see it actually restored Windows 10, I'm going to be surprised. So I just want to see if it actually successfully restores Windows 10 without Windows.org. Let's see if it actually does. So I'll just let you watch the recovery process, and I'm gonna be surprised if it actually restores. Oh, I didn't even unmute. I did not even unmute. No, good thing I figured it out because I didn't see any lights on the microphone. I was just talking about stuff. Well, anyway, here we are. So as I was talking about, I was saying that I was anticipating that K-Love is going to run their weekly just after midnight. But now, honestly, as you all might know, if you might have seen my previous K-Love videos, you'll see that K-Love typically likes to test around midnight. Remember, keep in mind that's in Central Time. You know, they really like to test around midnight or so. That's typically what they like to do. They like to do it overnight on Sunday into Monday. So, with this being considered the case, I'm also going to leave K-Love's national stream going in case they run their weekly, and I probably will fall asleep during that. But you know what? I will still leave their national stream on their website going anyway. And that is actually going to run until the Tampa automated test. Which I'm going to ensure that all the automations are working correctly. But the following Monday, we won't have to sign off early because I will actually be up to get the remaining tests. Alright, I'm actually just going to speed this up. You know what? I'm just going to speed this up directly. And there we go. There are the stats from the game. And there you go. There are the stats from the first game. Alright. Let me go quickly take care of my bedtime stuff, and then I will be right back, and we will continue. Alright, that's over with. Let's get back to the game. And let's begin game number 2. So these are the routes we're going to play with. By the way, I will set the game. I can't believe KDKA didn't even run their test at all. You know, what I'm going to honestly say about this is that this is not the first time that this has happened. If you remember, on Christmas Day, they never tested at all. So honestly, we're not alone here. KDKA never tested on Christmas Day at all. Not on Christmas Day at all. They didn't even run their tests. So, yeah, this again is not the first time. As I just mentioned, it happened before. So this is the first time in since Christmas week that KDK refused to run a test at all. Honestly, that's my opinion on this whole thing here. We're going to once again do No Chemtrails versus Flutter Realm, and this time we'll have Ticket to Ride right beside. Once again, I'm going to set the game on the right-hand side, and then over here is Audacity with the audio clip. And I'm going to now... It's the whole thing going backwards. Oh, why did I even consider this route? Oh my gosh. You know how much fun that is? Very fun. Alright. Well, we're just going to spawn this anywhere because I don't really care where we're going to put this now because the game's over. And here comes another train in Fort Madison. I see it crossing the river. Great game. Alright, let's play game 3. it's fun to play that back. It's really fun to play that backwards. Oh gosh, I don't even think we're gonna have enough time to get a 5th game in before that before that weekly happened, before those weeklies happen. But you know what? We can actually still get it in. We can actually still get it in beforehand. We can actually still get it in because right now we're at game 3 and we will be soon starting game 4, and then after game 4 we probably will not have enough time to start game number 5. So we have to get 5 games in. But because KDK failed their test, we're going to wait until we'll actually still go forward with a 5th game after the program, but we will just be ending late. There's the biggest one done. Now we have enough to connect in Montreal. Or, better yet, let's just make the connection in New Orleans. Huge malfunction. Oh. That's the best choice. Alright, now we got the important piece done. We need to connect in Montreal. And that's the end of this game. We got 29 points, however we will be losing 13. Because we didn't do Montreal to New Orleans, though. But at least I think we did a little bit better than last time. Oh, it's actually going to take the 13 away first. And now I'm going to get the 13 back. So, okay. So So then there are everybody else's totals. We'll go to the red. Did Duluth to El Paso. Did not do Calgary to Phoenix. And didn't do LA to Miami either. Oh man. The blue one did not do Frisco to Atlanta. Did not do Kansas City to Houston. They did Portland to Phoenix. And Denver to El Paso. And now the purple player wins again. So he gets the 10-point bonus for the biggest chain. Alright. We have time to get game 4 in. And then I don't know about game 5. You know what? I think it depends on how long this goes. We will see. The biggest is LA to Miami. So that's what we need to be aware of as we play. So we need to be careful of LA to Miami because that is a very important route. We need to be aware of what we're doing as we play through this game. And also the fact that we have to go to Oklahoma City as well. So we're connecting on multiple coasts. Essentially, we're going coast to coast here. So yeah, you see, with poor consideration and poor timing, we have to do the hard way. Where we can at least begin in LA. The rest only cost 8, only will be 8 worth 8 points. So if we lose those 8, that's okay because we will only be keeping 4 by the time that's done. Or maybe more depending on how it wants to calculate the final totals at the end. I should be considering Montreal too. There's that last red we need. Gotta make sure that I don't take up too much time, because then I'll forget about the test. Don't worry, the automation's gonna advise us of it. So just seeing what else was available. Yeah, let's go ahead and start the New York route. Finally, we get to start that. We need a bunch of blues in order to get us there. But let's make LA to Miami the primary first, the priority first. And there we go. The biggest points I have is done. Montreal is 9 and Sault Ste. Marie is 9, so we have 2 equal amounts that are worth 9. Now I better snag those last 2 connections before it's too late. 2 are already down to 8. We will not have enough time to grab those wild, grab that wild and complete the move. Well, we get to keep 9 and only lose 9, so at least losing 9 is not bad. So we'll get the 20. I'll get the 9, and then I have to give it back. Let's go to the green. Did not do Duluth to El Paso or Seattle to LA. Oh boy. Actually, I think we may have time to get game 5 in. Yeah, WAHC is still broken. That, by the way, is that note from GWES that I'll be explaining a little bit later. Let me just get that ready. And I will be eventually putting Guam back on there. So, like, I'm going to get the Guam weekly and then I'm done for the night. So, that's probably what I'll do. Anyway, then, gets the 10-point bonus and wins game number 4. Alright. Like I said, we do have enough time to get game 5 in. However, we will need to go quickly. We will not have much time to make our reactions. We will not have much time to make a move, so we need to go quickly. We need to go quickly if we want this done before... Wait a second, is this broken? This was making sounds before. Oh, it cleared its database out. Cleared out its database. You know what's unfortunate about this is that this is no longer the Let's Go Swimming phone. This is something else. This has turned into something else now. You know what? I should probably transform this into something else. But you know what? I'll go more in depth on that later. We'll turn this into the K-Love phone, which pretty much is the K-Love pre-roll slowed down. You know how much I love that? How much I love that thing? Now again, like I said, we have to go quickly. Where we're gonna put this up to the speaker of the computer, just like I did with the... Just like I did when I did the Let's Go Swimming phone. When I initially created it. And that was actually kind of fun, too, to even attempt. But now... But now, considering where we are... Yeah, I don't think we're using our time wisely here. Because I said we need to go quick, and I literally mean we need to go quick. Because time is running out before those weeklies happen. And maybe I'll just, I'll see how much of the pre-roll it can fit on here. Basically, it'll just do the first lines of the K-Love pre-roll, and that's probably as far as it'll go. Or maybe that low-pitched K-Love ID or something. Maybe, I don't know. There's so many possibilities. And of course I can't forget about that one unread message button. You have one unread message. Oh yes, I really like that. I like that button. But yeah, we are making this quick. And then once those weeklies happen, we'll actually begin the development of the K-Love thing, where we're gonna record the pre-roll over and over again. You know, I could actually play that on and on, or maybe even turn it into a sample of the Bubble Guppies theme song. However, I don't know if that's going to be a good idea to try out on the air or not. But you know what? I think we'll pass on. We'll still turn it into the K-Love phone anyway after we're done here. But again, like I said, we got to make this quick. So that's why we're now in speed up. So we're speeding up the game. We're getting this done as quickly as possible. See if we can even finish it in time. But now I'm gonna go ahead and get to the stations ready, including KGLQ, who failed. And now I know about WHLJ. So now I know they can actually run it within the 10 o'clock hour. So. I was considering changing routes for El Paso anyway, so. And I will put the clock on screen so you can see how much time we have left before we have to stop for that test, for those tests. So right now it's about 3 minutes. Okay, that's the warning. We gotta get through the game as quickly as possible. So that means we need to go fast. We gotta go faster and faster now. Otherwise, by the time WHLJ is done, we probably will not have enough time to finish the game. Okay, we're down to the final minutes. I made a good choice to pick just that one ticket, so... We're finally down to the single digits with only 1 minute to go. Okay, we're down to the final 20 seconds. Well, we have to stop. I can't speed the... Oh, that's the pause menu. Oh, we finally got through the last car just in time. We got through the last car just in time.
Here's that number.
Let me go ahead and get it pulled up on here. We're going to keep waiting. Let's lower the pitch of it now. Alright, we are going to wrap up Tickets to Ride. Alright, in a little bit we are going to wrap up Tickets to Ride. In fact, we got through to the last car just in time. So now it is the waiting game for WHLJ, and then we will wrap it up. And then some final commentary, and then we are done for the night. You know how much I like this song in low pitch? It sounds really nice. And now we resume our monitoring with Air 1 and Caleb. HLJ is very unstable, I can tell you that. And here comes another one. Right off the bridge. Throwing back more from the past. Yes, indeed. So then afterward, I'm going to throw... Caleb is going to be on my 300, and then I'll have everyone on my WR 400, and I will leave both on in case... And up until we get to WGKL, I'm going to... Until we get to that one station, I'm going to leave everyone's national stream on my phone. That is again just in case. So we're going to wait for HLJ to run their test if they haven't already. I don't know if they're going to run it after all that severe weather that happened today. Now it's talking every time we put the national stream on. Demo. I don't think it's even gonna happen. You know what? There was too much severe weather today that I don't even think they're going to do it. But I will put them on again in a moment, so... Actually, you know what? Just so we can have a speedy restoration here, let's just go through the final results. There we go. These are the final results from the game. And that concludes Ticket to Ride Live for this week. Alright, so that takes care of Ticket to Ride for this week. Oh, there it finally goes. I was wondering if it was ever going to happen. I am glad we went through that thing quickly. I'm very happy that we did. Alright. Now let me go ahead and delete all those older clips. KVB. Okay, this one is with the sound effects. It only lasted 17 seconds. Man, I was lucky. I was so lucky because I thought I was going to miss it. So I'm glad we went through those results pretty quickly and fast. So, all right. Now, that is it for Ticket to Ride. So now we will go ahead and wrap up our program. These were these were additional notes about the about what was. This was the note from last week, and this was today's note from the GWES regarding this was regarding Clay Ranger, that we were that the whole community was talking about, that every EAS enthusiast was talking about last week after he got banned from the GWES. This is what this here is evidence. So what this notice is here is all of the evidence that was collected by GWES staff that pertained to the case. And I've heard Pilgrim even posted a video about final statements regarding the thing. Ooh, and not.
K-Love 107.3.9 along the North Shore and 95.5 Providence. Encouraging K-Love 107.3 WKVB.
Yeah, I would love to be a part of that at 34.
Boston.
He got a Boston ID. Now watch this.
Positive, encouraging K-Love 107.3 WKVB, Westboro, Boston, 104.9 along the North Shore, and 95.5 Providence.
That is fun. I'm going to save this. I'm just going to leave this as it is. We're going to start a new one here. And now we're going to mix in the K-Love ID. Yeah, this was all from that attempt that we were going to do. We're going to get rid of those permanently. I'm going to go through my list of K-Love IDs that I have captured or obtained. I'm trying to get as many I haven't done the K-Love out of Knoxville yet. Because that one has a cool jingle too. So what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to mix. So what we're going to do here is we're going to mix the K-Love ID and Una shouting, "Let's go swimming." We're going to mix all those together. But that's not the right pitch. We got to fix it. Change pitch to -1.5. And there we go. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm gonna add the Guam stream to here. So let me add the Guam stream to the list. Now they've actually updated this. Now the GWES actually updated this. Alright. Sorry about that. Anyway, we have about 45 minutes left of our time with you tonight. So before we go, as promised, the GWEAS has removed all NWR streams from this map. And you can see now they've actually replaced it with its own individual player. And now I can see they actually did a lot of work on this. Looks like that's everything. However, that isn't actually everything. That isn't actually every stream, because there's a bunch of them that are on Broadcastify. So considering that there's a bunch on Broadcastify, this isn't really... Now, this is a modified version of the NOAA.org page here. So they actually modified it here. These are all from Weather USA. These are like additional streams. So these are like all additional streams here. And see, this is just a sample. I don't think that's working right yet. This is coming soon. These are in-house streams. Those are coming. That player is coming soon. This is for all AM/FM stations. I like the way they did this. Here's their calendar. Tomorrow we have the Vermont Monthly, then South Dakota statewide, Maryland, Nevada, South Carolina, then the Eastern Upper Peninsula. Oh, that's right, that was supposed to be on the 26th. Then Louisiana at the end of the week. You can switch it to the mobile version and the desktop version, the mobile version and desktop styles. If we go to the About section, we can still view the Legacy page, which has the complete list. We gotta go down here to obtain the link, and there it is. Now going back here. Alright, that's been updated. Nothing has been done yet. So that's been fixed. I think there is enough room for it to go. Yeah, there is so much room for that whole thing to fit. We're just gonna delete this clip here. Then we're gonna split this part here. Now watch this. Now it's saying the K-Love Chicago ID. Oh my gosh.
Westboro, Boston, 104.9 along the North Shore, and 95.5 Providence.
This is a great combination. Welcome. Oh my gosh.
It's 9.
That is fun. Hawaii splits another road trip. I had fun lowering the pitch of the amplify theme. Wham Canon XL episode 6. Buffalo Cuppy's theme, but mazed. I'm saving this to the watch later too. Connecticut Speedway did that with logos. With the Legos, I should say. Oh yeah, Fargo Hawes. Oh yeah, there's Vista's custom copy. He created Windows Vienna. Created his edition of Windows Vienna. Although there is something as Vienna Edition. He actually modded that version of Windows Vista to Vienna. So I see he did a lot of updates to it. He made it as clear as ever. He turned everything white. That is just nice. That's fun. And now St. Louis is... And now I hear St. Louis is in the midst of a winter storm. I hear that St. Louis now is in the midst of a... And now I hear St. Louis is in the midst of a winter storm. So here's a look at what's in effect. You can see this is the winter storm watch. Here's all those winter storm warnings. We'll see what's still in effect. I'll be watching all the winter weather stuff, and if any statements are issued for these winter And if these winter storm warnings continue into Wednesday, that means we will see a bunch of postponements. It's going to be a ton of postponements again, possibly, but who knows? We're at the beginning of the week, so we'll see what ends up happening. Oh, this is nice. It's just saying K-Love. I actually had a lot of fun synchronizing that thing. I just had so much fun with all that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the K-Love stream on. If they run their weekly at 11, which I'm pretty sure they will. Playing Rush E on a $1 piano.
Let's make my version.
Trying to play Rush E on a cheap piano. Somebody reacting to Rush E. Reacting to Rush E. They're reacting to Rush E. That's the 2006. He's just making react. He's just reacting to the song. He's reacting to Rush E. This was so much fun to watch. Oh my god. I can't wait to watch his reaction at the end. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like just the way the whole keys are, and then the end is the best part. The end of it is the best part, because there's so many keys being pushed at once. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That is so silly. A WPIX weekly.
WPIX TV serves the New York. This concludes our test of the emergency alert system.
A Filmways presentation. A Filmways presentation. Oh, you had never got this far. MGM. Then a Sony Pictures logo. Oh my gosh. A falling Denny sign. Wow.
I was down to talk to my... It's here, JCPenney Beauty.
My favorite Fox generic theme. Going through all the Fox generic themes that you like. Just playing a bunch of Fox generic themes. So, yeah, we're gonna be we're gonna be done here very soon. So I do want to give final commentary on what we're gonna be doing tomorrow. Now let me actually do a brief rundown of what I expect what we're gonna be doing tomorrow during our Minecraft program. I should have thought of this beforehand, but now I'm just knowing about it. But I am just now knowing about it. my gosh.
Just because it's the weekend doesn't mean the music stops.
Oh, it won't be for much longer.
Encouraging favorite on K-Love.
Well, it actually won't be for much longer. Alright, so let me...
I've got something pretty cool and uplifting and encouraging for you. I'll tell you more about it right after this song from Jeremy Camp. Here's Getting Started on Kayla.
Okay, So, before we actually go tonight, I want to do a quick rundown of how I anticipate this construction project to be done tomorrow. So we're going to start with how we're going to do tomorrow's construction project in Minecraft. So this is present. So here's a rundown of how it's going to be done. That's the best I can do. Alright, so the current configuration is this. So the current configuration is this. So this is the current. So this is the current configuration of I-205. So here's what I hope to accomplish with this. So here's what I hope to anticipate with this project. So this is what I hope to have accomplished with this is what I hope to have accomplished. Is either build a double deck configuration. So either we're going to build a double deck configuration, or here's the double deck is the alternate configuration. Here is the configuration I'm hoping to go with. Well, I will be kind of considering the double deck. I'm considering the double deck configuration for the railroad tracks. However, I don't know if there's going to be enough room for them to go. But I might be considering this. Is this ramp to 2, then this other ramp here, then right here. And this would be the ramp. Then this is where it's going to merge. Then this here will be the merge here. This is the merge right here. Well, this is what I'm hoping to accomplish with the I-2 section of this interchange. And then depending on how much space there is, we'll reconstruct the clover leaf with I-602. Do it for both directions. Same with I-1. We'll do the exact same thing with I-1. Well, I-1 as well, and then I5 and extension is set for. I'll save the interchange, and this is what we will work with. And I'm going to save this here. I'm going to save this here for later. Can't wait to have fun with that a little bit later. Cannot wait to have fun with that. Can't wait to have a little fun with that a little bit more at some point. But anyway, we are just about done here. We're just about done for the night. So, finishing touches, and then I'm gonna get all the streams set for tonight. Oh, goodness. All right. Taking down overhead wires and traffic lights. Crossing as easy as. Oh, gee. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's actually good enough because we are just moments away from leaving the air for you tonight.
Positive, encouraging Caleb. We have the most amazing Caleb pastors here for you. 800-525-5683.
All right. That's probably all I'm going to say here, so yeah. That is probably all that I'm going to say here. So I know Olmsted is some way somehow doing a sleepover. He's somehow doing a sleepover stream. I mean, I've already stopped doing a but yeah, we are going to be leaving the air here in just minutes. We got another train approaching. And that, I think, in Fort Madison might probably be the last train I'll see tonight. And then I'm going to get Air One's national stream going on my phone in case Air One decides to run a weekly in addition to K-Love. This is just in case. Alright. So in that case, again, like I said, tomorrow we're gonna start the I-5-205. We're gonna start another redo of I-205, and then we're gonna finish the electricity wires first, and then we're gonna do the I-205 corridor. And I'm going to make sure that we have enough space to actually do it, and we should totally have enough space to even do the project in the first place. Which again, I hope so. Anyway, with that being said, that's all we got tomorrow. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this now concludes our broadcast day. Playfield TV is owned and operated by the SPC Plainfield Media Corporation. We didn't bring you too many videos today, but we can tell you that any and all alerts that were heard during the broadcast today can be reused for archival. However, all other live programs shall not be reproduced or retransmitted without the prior consent from me first. And so, until we join you tomorrow for another exciting day of programming, we thank you very much for watching, and we hope that you will tune in and join us again tomorrow. And we hope that you will join us again tomorrow. And so, until then, have a great rest. Oh, I gotta fix the volume. There we go. I'm gonna get some of the alerts from this weekend, the remaining severe weather alerts from this weekend. I'm gonna get those uploaded here as we say goodnight. So with that being said, we thank you for watching, and we hope you'll join us tomorrow for another exciting day of programming. And so, until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse, forever let us hold our banner high. Now it's time to say goodbye to all our company. M-I-C,
see you real soon.
K-E-Y,
Why? Because we like you.
M-O-U-S-E.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow morning for our weather scan stream.